Hello, our honorable guests and all of the participants. Welcome to this virtual hall for our today's event. And I would like to welcome our Vice Rector of Planning Corporation and Public Relations of Lambung Mangkurat University, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Yudi Firmanul Arifin, MSc.
And we are delighted to welcome Mrs. Professor Mutia Elma, STMSc PhD. Good morning. And all participants are expected to register on the links provided in the chat room. For the participants that haven't registered yet, please to fill the registration form on the links provided in the chat room.
Halo, selamat datang di program studi S1 Teknik Sipil Fakultas Teknik Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Program studi Teknik Sipil berdiri pada tahun 1965 dan saat ini bertempat di kampus Banjarmasin dan Banjarbaru. Di Teknik Sipil, belajarnya apa ya? Di Teknik Sipil, kamu akan diberikan ilmu yang mempelajari perencanaan atau perancangan, manufaktur, manajemen dan pengelolaan, dan konservasi dari berbagai fasilitas dan sistem untuk mendukung pedesaan dan perkotaan. Di Teknik Sipil ULM, kamu tidak hanya belajar di dalam kelas, melainkan juga terjun langsung ke lapangan untuk belajar secara langsung rekayasa sipil seperti praktikum dan studi lapangan. Di program studi Teknik Sipil ULM, terdapat beberapa laboratorium, di antaranya Laboratorium Mekanika Tanah, Laboratorium Struktur dan Material, Laboratorium Hidrolika, Laboratorium Jalan Raya, Laboratorium Survei Perencanaan dan Sistem Informasi Geografis, dan Laboratorium Komputasi. Teknik Sipil memiliki prospek kerja yang sangat luas, mulai dari kontraktor, konsultan pengawas proyek, pegawai bank, PNS, dan masih banyak lagi yang berkaitan dengan dunia konstruksi. Himpunan Mahasiswa Sipil atau biasa disebut HMS FTULM merupakan organisasi yang menaungi seluruh mahasiswa program studi Teknik Sipil Fakultas Teknik ULM. Saat ini, HMS FTULM berada di kepengurusan periode tahun 2021 dengan nama kabinet Gerak. Dalam kepengurusannya, HMS FTULM memiliki beberapa divisi dalam melaksanakan program kerja di berbagai bidang. Yang pertama adalah divisi inti. HMS FTULM periode tahun 2021 diketuai oleh Aditya Diastawan dan dibantu oleh Angga Rahman Priyandi sebagai wakil ketua. Selanjutnya adalah divisi 1, kerohanian. Divisi 2, pendidikan dan penelitian. Divisi 3, pengembangan minat dan bakat. Divisi 4, hubungan masyarakat, komunikasi, dan informasi. Divisi 5, pengembangan sumber daya mahasiswa dan organisasi. Dan yang terakhir adalah divisi 6, usaha, produksi, dan aset.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. fakultas ini berdiri pada tahun 1965. Salah satu kampus unggulan dari 11 fakultas yang ada di Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Memiliki letak yang strategis di ibu kota Kalimantan Selatan, yaitu Banjarmasin dan kota Banjarbaru, menjadikan suasana yang sempurna untuk berproses menuntut ilmu. Kampus ini menjadi tujuan para pembelajar. Mereka berasal dari berbagai penjuru kota di Kalimantan. Tak heran, sampai saat ini memiliki 2.496 mahasiswa yang tersebar di 10 program studi yang dimiliki oleh Fakultas Teknik, mulai dari sarjana, magister, hingga profesi insinyur. Bahkan, hampir semua program studi sudah terakreditasi dengan nilai B oleh BAN PT. Pilihan program studi yang ada di kampus ini adalah program studi Sarjana Teknik Sipil. Program studi Sarjana Arsitektur, program studi Sarjana Teknik Pertambangan, program studi Sarjana Teknik Kimia, program studi Sarjana Teknik Lingkungan, program studi Sarjana Teknik Mesin, program studi Sarjana Teknologi Informasi, program studi Magister Teknik Sipil, program studi Magister Teknik Kimia, dan program pendidikan profesi insinyur. Setiap program studi memiliki laboratorium yang lengkap untuk menunjang proses pembelajaran. Selain fasilitas akademik, Fakultas Teknik juga memiliki beberapa fasilitas yang menjadi sarana untuk mahasiswa dalam pengembangan diri di kampus ini. Ada perpustakaan yang didesain dan ditata secara minimalis untuk menambah rasa nyaman dan daya tarik membaca bagi mahasiswa. Student Center yang digunakan untuk kegiatan semua organisasi yang ada di Fakultas Teknik. Ada musola sebagai pembentuk karakter spiritual dan emosional secara Islami. Taman Fakultas Teknik yang memberikan suasana berbeda dan asri untuk mahasiswa berdiskusi dan saling bertukar ilmu pengetahuan. Aula dan ruang kelas yang luas untuk proses belajar mengajar yang efektif dan efisien. Perkembangan era digital membuat Fakultas Teknik terus berinovasi dalam memberikan sistem kerja pendidikan yang efektif dan efisien. Terbukti dengan perubahan sistem pelayanan yang sebagian besar dilakukan secara online untuk memberikan pelayanan yang mudah, cepat, dan murah bagi mahasiswanya.
Fakultas Teknik memiliki visi menjadi institusi yang terkemuka dan unggul di bidang rekayasa lahan basah. Saat ini, di usianya yang ke-55 tahun, telah banyak capaian-capaian yang diberikan oleh Fakultas Teknik sesuai dengan visi yang ditetapkan. Dalam bidang pendidikan dan pengajaran, telah ribuan alumni yang tersebar di berbagai daerah dan di berbagai bidang pekerjaan. Sementara di bidang penelitian, juga telah banyak hasil-hasil penelitian dan juga publikasi, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Sedangkan di bidang pengabdian, telah banyak karya-karya penelitian dari dosen-dosen dan juga mahasiswa yang telah diterapkan oleh masyarakat. Di tahun-tahun mendatang, Fakultas Teknik akan lebih meningkatkan lagi kontribusi fakultas dalam pembangunan di daerah. Saat ini, kita terus giat melaksanakan berbagai pembenahan baik di bidang pendidikan, sarana prasarana, sumber daya manusia, dan juga program-program kerjasama. Kami berharap mitra-mitra Fakultas Teknik tetap melaksanakan kegiatan bersama kami untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Di usianya yang ke-55 tahun, telah banyak capaian-capaian yang diberikan oleh Fakultas Teknik. Mahasiswa kampus ini penuh prestasi, mulai dari meraih juara 1 Mind Surveying di Indonesian Student Meaning Competition 11 pada tahun 2018, juara 1 pada lomba konteks, kompetisi keterampilan software teknik sipil di Institut Teknologi Kalimantan pada tahun 2019, hingga meraih kategori Best Design di Green Wings, kompetisi desain rumah ramah lingkungan di Bandung pada tahun 2019, dan masih banyak lagi prestasi lainnya yang diraih oleh mahasiswa Fakultas Teknik. Kampus ini telah menghasilkan lulusan-lulusan terbaik yang tersebar di berbagai daerah dan di berbagai bidang pekerjaan.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Gabriela Octaviria. Saya merupakan alumni Prodi Arsitektur Universitas Lambung Mangkurat Banjarbaru, angkatan tahun 2012. Saat ini saya bekerja sebagai admin operasional di PT Angkasa Pura Properti Banjarmasin.
Saya Pauji, alumni dari Prodi Arsitektur angkatan 2011. Sekarang saya bekerja di salah satu instansi pemerintahan Kota Banjarbaru yang bergerak di bidang infrastruktur dan bangunan gedung.
Saya Tika Wendari, alumni Teknik Sipil angkatan 2013. Saat ini saya bekerja pada Balai Jasa Konstruksi Wilayah 5, Direktorat Jenderal Bina Konstruksi Kementerian PUPR.
Besar yang tercipta tanpa keberanian dan kerja keras. Siapapun bisa jadi apapun. Berjalan bersama Fakultas Teknik. Wujudkan mimpimu dan bangun bangsamu. Aku cinta Fakultas Teknik.
All participants are expected to register on the links provided in the chat room. For today's event, allow us to read the rules first. First, all participants are suggested to use the name format, namely participant_name. For example, participant_Julian.
Second, all participants are suggested to activate the camera and use the virtual background that has been seen by the committee. Third, when you want to ask, please use raise hand feature and activate the microphone when to get permission. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to the Zoom virtual hall for today's event. Respectable, the Vice Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Yudi Firmanul Arifin, MSc.
Honorable Dean of Engineering Faculty of Lambung Mangkurat University, Dr. Balinor Muhammad STMT.
Honorable Coordinator of Graduate School of Civil Engineering, Lambung Mangkurat University, Dr. Engineering Irfan Prasetya, STMT.
Honorable Chairwoman of the Committee, Ada Yuniarti Pratiwi, ST, MSc, PhD.
Honorable keynote speakers, invited speakers, and moderators.
Honorable presenters and participants. And also, we would like to thank to Dinas Permukiman dan Kawasan Perumahan Provinsi Kalimantan Selatan and Badan Perencanaan dan Pembangunan Daerah Banjarbaru.
And also, thanks to all participants and media partner who have supported the success today's event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Muhammad Nur Alamsyah, and my partner here as the master of ceremony of today's event proudly presents the first international symposium on civil engineering and environmental research, green technology for sustainable development in civil and environmental engineering, hosted by Graduate School of Civil Engineering, Lambung Mangkurat University, Monday, 1st of November, 2021.
The series of our events today are as follows.
First, opening.
Second, singing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya and March of Lambung Mangkurat University.
Third, speeches. Fourth, pray.
Fifth, main event, the International Symposium.
And will be ended by closing.
Furthermore, for the first agenda, we will sing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya and March of Lambung Mangkurat University. That will be led by Miss Anissa Najla. To Miss Anissa Najla, the time is yours.
Indonesia
you to Ms. Anissa Najela.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to the first speech from the chairman of the committee of this event. Please welcome Mrs. Ade Yuniati Pratiwi, ST MSc PhD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Whom we respect, Vice Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Yudi Firmanul Arifin MSc, Dean of Faculty of Civil Engineering LMU, Dr. Bani Nur Muhammad STMT, Coordinator of Graduate School of Civil Engineering LMU, Dr. Eng Irwan Prasetya STMT, keynote speakers and invited speakers, moderators, our guests, and all the symposium presenters and participants. We praise and thank God Almighty for His blessings to attend the first international symposium on civil engineering and environmental research with the theme Green Technology for Sustainable Development in Civil and Environmental Engineering. This symposium raised global issues related to civil engineering and environmental research regarding sustainable development and green construction. This activity is expected to encourage the passion for researching green technology for sustainable development. There are 34 papers selected to be presented in this symposium, and also 31 papers will be published to IOPES with Scopus Index. 2 papers will be published to GTS of Syekh Kuala University, and 1 paper will be published to GTB of LMU. This year's symposium is featured a keynote speaker from government and invited speakers from some top scholars. In years to come, we expect this activity to be a flagship of Graduate School of Civil Engineering, Faculty of Engineering LMU. We express our deep gratitude to the Vice Rector of LMU, the Dean of Faculty of Engineering LMU, and the entire organizing committee for their support and assistance from preparation to the implementation of the symposium. We hope that this event can provide helpful information, strengthen cooperation, and networks between researchers, participants, and institutions. With that, we wish all of us very fruitful discussions and an impactful virtual symposium. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mrs. Ade Yuniati Pratiwi, ST MSc PhD for the opening speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to the opening speech delivered by the Dean of Engineering Faculty of Lambung Mangkurat University. Please welcome Mr. Dr. Bani Nur Muhammad STMT.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, represented by the Vice Rector of Planning, Cooperation and Public Relations, Professor Dr. Yudi Firmanul Arifin. I would like to express our great distinguished to the keynote speaker, the Director General for Human Settlement, the Ministry of Public Work and Housing, Ibu Insinyur Diana Kusumastuti, MT. Also, the invited speaker, Honorable Professor Mutia Elma from Lambung Mangkurat University, Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Riza Yosia Sunindio from University of New South Wales, Honorable Dr. Ali Nasir Ibrahim from Al-Iraqiya University Baghdad, Honorable Dr. Ilyas Masih from ISCEER Delft Institute for Water Education, Honorable Dr. Hana Astrid Konseko Tunakau from Cebu Technological University. I would like to thank the invited guests, Honorable Head of the Public Work and Public Housing Service, Honorable Head of Regional Settlement and Infrastructure Office, Honorable Head of Regional Development Planning Agency, South Kalimantan, Honorable the Neighbor Dean and Head of Department from University Muhammadiyah Banjarmasin, University Islam Kalimantan, University Veteran Banjarmasin, Politeknik Negeri Banjarmasin, and Politeknik Tanah Laut. Honorable the Head of Graduate School of Civil Engineering Lambung Mangkurat University, Dr. Ipan Prasetya, and honorable all invited guests and participants. I would like also to thank the leader of the International Symposium of the Civil Engineering and Environment Research and all committee. As a university located in the South Borneo region, Lambung Mangkurat University or ULM has academic and moral responsibility to conserve Borneo lungs of the world. This responsibility also goes to the Faculty of Engineering of ULM and the Graduate School of Civil Engineering. This become the main commitment of ULM and all of its academic community to provide service for carrying, protecting, and developing green development to maintain Borneo as lung of the world. The Graduate School of Civil Engineering had held the national seminar regarding this matter every year in the past few years since 2014. In this year, to improve the quality of the seminar and to reach a wider range of speakers and participants, the Graduate School of Civil Engineering tries to hold the first international symposium on civil and engineering in environmental research with the topic of green technology for sustainability development in civil and environmental engineering. We as Faculty of Engineering try to give the contribution and solve the problem is related area of the issue such as green construction in terms of technology, green material, construction method, and so forth. In line with this, the environmental issue also need to be considered. The development in Borneo has also must be in harmony with nature. Hence, it is important to have constructive dialogue through this international symposium. I hope that the first international symposium on civil engineering and environmental research will go well and all participants can obtain the benefit to make a real contribution to the nation and state of Indonesia, as well as the international community. I thank you all audience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Baninor Muhammad, STMT, for the opening speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's our honor to have Vice Rector of Planning, Corporation, and Public Relations of Lambung Mangkurat University to deliver a speech, and afterward, we would like to request the Vice Rector for officially open the first ISCER 2021. Please welcome Mr. Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Yudi Firmanul Arifin, MSc.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you to the MC who have given me the opportunity to give a speech on these occasions. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Bapak Dr. Bani Muhammad, the Honorable the Head of the Study Program of the Civil Engineering, Bapak Dr. Ivan, and also all of the lecturer in the civil engineering and also the students, the Honorable, all of the keynote speakers and also speakers and attendants who have opportunity to attend the first international symposium and on civil engineering and environmental research, or we call that the first ISCER. The Honorable, all the students who are pleased to attend in this opportunity, the Honorable, all the community involved in the success to today's symposium agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, the first of all, let us praise and thanks Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for giving health to us so we can attend today in good condition, in happy situations, even though during the COVID-19 epidemic without obstacle. Secondly, my salawat and salam always be given to Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the lightness. Before we start the speech, I would like to give you pantun. You know, in Indonesia, and Indonesia worker de pantun, ke pasar beli semangka, semangka dipetik di dekat hutan. Hai, apa kabar semuanya? Selamat bertemu di simposium hari ini saya ucapkan. Melihat ke atas indahnya awan, di atas awan ada matahari. Selamat bertemu para hadirin, semoga tetap betah sampai selesai. This is the we call that pantun in Indonesia. Could be our speakers from other countries not so understand, but hopefully in Indonesia, so we can say that we call that pantun. So I would like to start my speech. I'm Professor Yudi Firmanul Arifin as Vice Rector for Planning, Cooperation, and Public Relations at Lambung Mangkurat University. Would like to convey my happiness and pride to be able to speak at the International Symposium on Civil Engineering and Environmental Research. So I'm very grateful and that this conference can be held very well. And I want to say the very high appreciation for the committee of this agenda who have worked hard for this activity. Hopefully, we will continue this conference not held, can be held very well. And I want to say that very high appreciation to the all of the committee for this agenda. So hopefully in the future, we not only international symposium, we would like to develop also for other agenda like research or we can also publication together, yeah. And also could be would like to also student exchange like this. So we know that we have in Indonesia now we are developing programs. We call that independent campus. Yeah, it means that our students do not only study in their own campus, but they are encouraged to study to other campus, both at domestic and abroad for 1 or 2 semesters. It's very important to give experience for our student, not only study in the campus, but also in other campus in domestic and also abroad. This is very important, I think, for our student. So we know that also our university concerned with focus of research about wetland, and hopefully could be our speakers and also our partner university can join with us to make research together to develop research about wetland, because it's very important and very unique research, yeah, in our university. And also the dean of the Faculty of Engineering said that we develop also a green development. This is very important, I think, for the future. And we make research, we focus also about, you know, sustainable development goals, and hopefully we can also make some activities to support the program of our government about sustainable development goals. And also, you know, that we have also a problem, especially Indonesia and also our province, about the problem of the environmental problems, like in the first of the 2020, we have a problem with the flooding, for example. This is also a problem, and also we try that for the future, we make some research to handle some problem like environmental problem. Okay, that is all that I can convey. And once again, I thanks for this opportunity and collaboration for the today International Symposium. We say that Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I open the International Symposium on Civil Engineering and Environmental Research for today. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Yudi Firmanul Arifin, MSc, for the speech and officially open our symposium today.
Furthermore, the next agenda is prayer. The recitation of prayers will be recited by Mr. Mirwan Muhammad Rashid. To Mr. Mirwan Muhammad Rashid, the time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's bow our heads for a moment and pray to God so that our international symposium can be precious to all of us. Dear Almighty God, today in this beautiful place, we gather here on the event International Symposium on Civil Engineering and Environmental Research with theme Green Technology for Sustainable Development in Civil and Environmental Engineering. Make the symposium as a useful science assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experiences of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the symposium we organize today be a benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful productive persons, which in turn will increase the dignity of our nation. Oh God, guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed persons. God protect us from unintended temptation. Show us the right path and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. And then show us and make it clear all the bad things and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. To the Almighty God, you are the one who can grant our prayer. We pray that you will grant them with courage and give them your peace. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Mirwan Muhammad Rashid for the recitation.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving to the next agenda, we will hold the photo session. For all of the participants, please kindly activate the camera and take your position. For all of the participants, please kindly activate your camera and take your position. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again. Once again, I will count. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, ladies and also gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, entering the main agenda of this event, which is International Symposium, that will be led by our moderator, Mr. Dr. Insinyur Syahril Taufik, MSc Engineering. Before that, let me read the curriculum vitae from our moderator, Mr. Dr. Insinyur Syahril Taufik, MSc Engineering. Mr. Dr. Insinyur Syahril Taufik, MSc Engineering. His research interest in structural analysis, computational solid element, composite structure, and high strength steel and concrete. As the Dean of Research and Public Services at the Institute of Science and Technology, National Jakarta.
Has been being a lecturer at the Department of Civil Engineering since September 2020. Following his position as faculty with the Department of Civil Engineering, University between 2019 and 2020.
Completed his Civil and Computational Engineering in July 2010 at the University of Swansea in South Wales, United Kingdom, and his MS in 1995 in Civil and Structural Engineering from the University of Sheffield, United Kingdom.
Between 2010 and 2021, worked as a senior researcher with several computational modeling research. His main research themes during this period were high-strength semi-rigid joint, high-strength concrete structure, composite structure, numerical simulation, advanced structural analysis, and structural stability design studies. That's all the curriculum vitae of our moderator, and we would like to kindly invite our moderator, Dr. Insinyur Syahril Taufik, MSc Engineering, to guide this session. To Dr. Insinyur Syahril Taufik, MSc Engineering, time is yours.
Sorry, Mr. Sahril, can you turn on your mic first? Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our symposium is about to commence. Please have a nice seat. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join our web symposium. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to you all. I hope all of you are in good health. The Honorable, the Vice Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, Indonesia, the Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Lambung Mangkurat University, Indonesia, the Honorable, the Chairman of Civil Engineering Postgraduate Program, Lambung Mangkurat University, Indonesia, the Honorable Department Chair of Public Works and Public Settlement of South Kalimantan Province, Indonesia, the Honorable keynote speaker and invited speakers from many countries, the Honorables, all lecturers and students of Civil and Environmental Engineering Department, and the Honorable all participants of the first International Symposium on Civil Engineering and Environmental Research organized by Faculty of Engineering, Lambung Mangkurat University, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dr. Sahril Taufik, the moderator of today's morning symposium session. I'm very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this morning web symposium session. This international symposium is conducted by Faculty of Engineering, Lambung Mangkurat University, Indonesia, and supported by Department of Public Works and Public Settlements of South Kalimantan Province, Indonesia. This symposium will discuss about the green technology for sustainable development in the civil and environmental engineering research force. Ladies and gentlemen, let's kick off this morning session with the presentation agenda from the speakers. The first presentation will be given by the keynote speaker is Mrs. Insinyur Diana Kusumastuti, MT. She has been the Director General of Human Settlement, Dirjen Cipta Karya, Ministry of Public Works and Public Housing, Republic of Indonesia since 2020. She has received his bachelor degree in architecture at the Ponorogo University and taken his master degree in development study, ITB. Her working experiences have been mostly involved in government public works projects within the Director General of Human Settlements, Ministry of Public Works and Public Housing, Republic of Indonesia since 2009. Before the presentation begins, let know the regulation how the presentation will be going on. Firstly, I'd like to give the time to Mrs. Kusumastuti to present the material for about 20 minutes, and then the participants will be given an opportunity for delivering questions and discussion within 30 minutes. Please submit your question with your name and affiliation through a Zoom chat. Now, allow me to welcome the speaker, the Honorable Mrs. Diana Kusumastuti, to deliver her presentation. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Kusumastuti with a round of applause. Mrs. Kusumastuti, the time is now yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Dean Faculty of Engineering, University of Lambung Mangkurat, Head Graduate School of Civil Engineering, University of Lambung Mangkurat, and Head of Undergraduate Program in Civil Engineering, University of Lambung Mangkurat. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Due to this blessing and grace, we can greater with 2M of attending the International Symposium on Civil Engineering and Environmental Research 2021, theme Green Technology for Sustainable Development in Civil and Environmental Engineering, organized by University of Lambung Mangkurat. It is indeed a great honor for me to deliver keynote speech with the title Sustainable Settlement and Building. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, currently around 56.7% of the population live in urban area, and this condition will continue to increase. The number of urban residents is estimated that in 2035, around 66.6% of the population will live in urban area. This population grew mainly due to the rapid pace of urbanization. If not appropriately anticipated, it can have impact such as land conversion, environment degradation, congestion, reduction of the green open space, climate change, outbreaks, and escalation the density of building. Based on the UN Environment Global State Report 2017, building operations have the most considerable contribution to carbon dioxide emission, reached 72% based on the data from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Fourth Assessment Report on Climate Change 2007. Would building contribute of the CO carbon dioxide emission consume 12% of the clean water and 1/3 of record of construction, and 30 until 40 energy use and 40% greenhouse gas emission. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the perspective of urban development, the occurrence of the COVID-19 pandemic is essentially a learning momentum, and at the same time reflective of urban planning and design aspect of resilience to deal with the current and the future pandemic situation. This aspect include the need for the medical facilities that must be available, population density controlling, good public transportation provision, green open space, and community development of basic urban infrastructure and facilities that must function reliably. Green open space and community center provision, development of basic urban infrastructure and facilities that must function reliably. Smart city approach based on innovation, competitive, and technology development, and the need of public awareness of environmental health. For this reason, our urban area in the future must be ensured to have adequate settlement infrastructure support for creating a livable city, a green city that is a climate and disaster resilient, and an innovative, competitive, and technology-based city for smart city. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the context of implementing sustainable settlement, a building, there is necessary to integrate technical, economic, social, and environment aspect effectively and efficiently in the use of resource and contribute to the reduced carbon dioxide emission. From the global perspective, Indonesia is committed to encourage to achieve the sustainable development goal, especially in Goal 11, named Create City and Settlement that are inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Furthermore, at the national level, the specific target of the goal has been implemented to ensure public access to decent, safe, and affordable housing for all, and essential services and settlement quality improvement of slum by 2030. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, in the perspective of the normative aspect, there are several regulations related to the implementation of sustainable settlement and building, including law on the job creation, law on the construction services, law on the housing and settlement area, law on building presidential regulation on the implementation of the Achievement Sustainable Development Goal, ministerial regulation of public work and housing, on guideline for the implementation of sustainable construction, and ministerial regulation of public work and housing of performance assessment of green building. Normally, in the regulation aspect are pretty complex. However, implementation this regulation requires stakeholder involvement covering the central government, local government, the private sector, and the community to realize sustainable settlement and building according to their role and authority. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the building management arrange emphasizes the fulfill of the technical standard that guarantee the fulfill of the provision of building envelope and building reliability. This technical standard apply national as the reference for regency or city government in issuing building permit. We call it PBG in Indonesia. Functional feasibility certificate atau SLF, yeah. We call it SLF and the green building certificate. Furthermore, through the implementation of green building, there is hope that building will meet technical standard and have significant measurable performance in saving energy, water, and other resources. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, effort to implement sustainable building and settlement have been conducted by the Directorate General of Human Settlement, including at the district, neighborhood, and building scale. On the district scale, there is a plan to the National Tourism Strategic Area. We call it as KSPN, again including KSPN Lake Toba, KSPN Labuan Bajo, KSPN Borobudur, under the direction of the President of the Republic of Indonesia. One of the main focus to restore economic condition is to encourage the tourism sector, especially in the 10 National Tourism Strategic Area. The Directorate General of Human Settlement is committed to support the development of tourism infrastructure in this location of the tourism strategic area. By developing this tourism destination, the tourism sector in Indonesia is expected to bring in up 22.3 million foreign tourism, yeah, and 350 until 400 million domestic tourist visit, and generate the foreign exchange up to 30 billion in 2024. On the neighborhood scale, there is apply to the handling of slum through the City Without Slum program, Kotaku. Yeah. This program uses the collaboration platform by positioning the local government as the captain or the leading actor of the activity together with community. Kotaku program is expected to increase access to infrastructure and essential services in the urban slum settlement and support the environment of the welfare of low-income community. On the building scale, the principle of sustainability is applied to several projects of the Ministry of Public Works and Housing by implementing green building, including Renteng Market in NTB, IAIN in Palangkaraya, and Legi Market in Surakarta, Sukawati in market in Bali, and the other market, several of Indonesia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure infrastructure development continue amid the COVID-19 pandemic, the Ministry of Public Works and Housing has issued the ministerial instruction to Public Works and Housing number 2, 2020 on the protocol to prevent the spread of coronavirus disease, COVID-19. In the implementation of construction services, the ministerial instruction consists 3 parts, namely COVID-19 prevention protocol in the management of construction services, the follow-up to contract for construction services, and COVID-19 prevention protocol in the implementation of the procurement of construction services. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the utilization of green building approach has been carried of the Ministry of Public Works and Housing main office through the use of solar cell, smart parking motion sensor for lights, and reuse of rainwater for toilet and gardens, and estimate energy saving for green building is 35%, with water saving 83% during the rainy season and 61% during the dry season. This building was won various awards, including ASEAN Best Practice Award, National Energy Saving Building, and the Energy Efficient category for new and existing building. Some of the effort and achievement made by the Ministry of Public Works and Housing to increase awareness to stakeholders regarding to import the green building, among other, one, issuing government regulation number 16, 2021, and implementation regulation of law of 28 of 2002 on the building stipulating technical standard for building permit, PBG we call it in Indonesia. Technical standard for functional feasibility certificate SLF, and technical standard for the implementation of green building. 2, issuing the ministerial regulation of public work and housing number 21 of 2021 of performance assessment of green building. Achievement platinum certification new green building for the main office of the Ministry of Public Works and Housing, in 2013, 2016, and 2019, and until conduct the process to achieve platinum green seal. Achieve the national award for energy saving building in ASEAN 2016, organized by ASEAN Green Building Award. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, I would like to convey several effective infrastructure technology innovation that have been developed to support the implementation of sustainable settlement and building compression. Operating the water treatment plant, technology can increase the WTP production capacity to 2 until 3 times from the original using the existing WTP without adding a new treatment unit, yeah, by modifying of the WTP component, yeah. And then waste to energy technology is a waste processing technology with a incinerator to convert solid material into alternative environmentally friendly energy source with technology is currently being developed in Balikpapan, it's Kalimantan, Suwung, yeah, Bali, yeah, Banjarbakula, South Kalimantan. In addition, refuse-derived fuel is also being developed, which convert waste into briquette, yeah, as the substitute for fuel for the cement industry. Currently, RDF is being implemented. The treaty for village final disposal site, Kabupaten Cilacap, yeah, Central Java. The multiple aerator series with Merotec and Biotur is a technology to reduce metal content. It's raw water and possible solution in wastewater. And then building information modeling, BIM, is a digital representative of the physical and functional characteristic. BIM contain information about modeling element that are used as a basis for decision making in the life cycle of the building from concept to demolition. Yeah, that potential streamlining in the energy consumption in construction. Yeah. The implementation of BIM in the Ministry of Public Works and Housing, including maybe in GBK Main Stadium Senayan in Jakarta, Manahan Stadium in Solo, Aceh Market, Tuburuni, yeah, and the other market. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we realize that the effort made will not run optimally without the support collaboration of all parties, including academics. The role of university is crucial, especially as the term of research and application of the latest technology with the aim of the improving the implementation of infrastructure development, especially to adapt to the new normal condition due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Hopefully, through the International Symposium on Civil Engineering and Environmental Research in 2021, out of the box idea and thought and technology innovation in implementation, sustainable settlement and building will be okay. Especially the material that I have conveyed of this auspicious occasion can provide an enormous benefit and contribution to our collection effort to realize environmentally, socially, and economically sustainable settlement and building. Okay, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for it. Sorry, moderator, maybe will you open the speaker?
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Diana Kusumastuti, for giving such a value, informative, and interesting presentation about green buildings and green settlements. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, due to Mrs. Diana Kusumastuti has another agenda, if you have a question, please feel free to address through chat, and the answer will be delivered in written response. not directly answered by the speakers. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Kusumasuti, for your kind presentation on this symposium. Hopefully, the information will be valuable for us and for Indonesia also. Thank you very much. That's all for first session given by Mrs. Diana Kusumasuti. Let's give applause for her. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue for the second presentation that will be given by the first invited speaker is Professor Mutia Elma, MSc, PhD. She is currently the professor in chemical engineering. She has received his bachelor degree in chemical engineering at Riau University and taken his master degree at École des Beaux-Arts Nantes, France. And then she got scholarship to take her PhD at University of Queensland, Australia. Her research interests are in silica-based membranes, titania hollow fibers, membranes technology, carbon and silica material, wetland saline water desalination, coal seam gas, shoal gel, and energy in green technology. She has a lot of research experiences of more than 50 writing scientific articles in the reputed international journal. Before the presentation begins, let's know the regulation, how the presentation will be going on. Firstly, I'd like to give the time to Professor Elma to present the material for about 20 minutes. And then the participants will be given an opportunity for delivering questions and discussion within 30 minutes. And now, allow me to welcome the speaker, the Honorable Professor Elma, to deliver her presentation about emerging trends in membrane science and technology from sustainable wetland-based materials. Please join me in welcoming Professor Elma with a round of applause. Professor Elma, the time is now yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Dr. Sahril, for introducing me for today. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, please give me time to share the screen before introducing or starting the presentation for today. Should anyone or committees allow me to share screen? All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you can share now.
Right. The Honorable Rector, Lambung Mangkurat University, the Honorable Vice Rectors of Planning, Corporation, and Public Relations, Lambung Mangkurat University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Yudi Pirmanul Arifin, the Honorable Dean of Engineering Faculty, Lambung Mangkurat University, Dr. Bani Nur Muhammad, the Honorable all Vice Deans in the Engineering Faculty, Lambung Mangkurat University, the Honorables, the Head of Department of Magister of Civil Engineering, Engineering Faculty, Lambung Mangkurat University, the Honorable all heads of department and heads of study programs in Engineering Faculty, Lambung Mangkurat University, the Honorable all the speakers for today's in the international conference or symposium on civil engineering and environmental research, the first ISCEER, the Honorable all the committees, and ladies and gentlemen, for all the participants. Thank you very much for the time giving me for the short talk. I heard from the moderator saying that we still have 20 minutes to do the presentation and another 30 minutes for the question and answer. Please remind me if the time is out. So our presentation for today is going to talk about the emerging trends in membrane science and technology from sustainable wetland-based material. As the moderator explained a short brief of our CV just now, currently we are working on the organosilica membranes applied for wetland and wetland saline water. Regarding to this issue, why do we need to work with this? This is related to the research we are currently doing, and also we are preparing, we are fabricating, and we are also implementing our research in all the small laboratory, as well as implementing to communities. So at the moment, I'm a lecturer in the chemical engineering department in engineering faculty, Lampung Mangkurat University. Behind that, we are organizing a small research group, namely materials and membranes research group, where we are facing a lot of problems. We are doing a lot of research, and also we are writing a lot of draft or manuscript to be published in national or international journals. So let me move our next slide. So in this presentation, I would not talk very detailed about membrane technology, where now we are a very multiple disciplines that we are working on right now. So I would like to introduce a little bit of what is the membranes is. So the membranes is like a barrier or like a layer where all the particle, all the mixture of the particle cannot pass through the layer. Only one or two molecules that we allow to pass through the molecule. That's what we call it membrane. So the typical of the membrane is there are many types, such as tubular, and also they have a flat sheet membrane, and also we are fabricating as well as hollow fiber membranes. So as we can see from this, let me put the pointer out here. So if we can see from the slide here, now we are currently this type of tubular membranes, where we have multi-tube tubular membranes. And also we have a single tube of a tubular membrane as well. Why we do need to work with this? That is because we need to collect some data in regard to all our research group members are currently doing. So it is because we are calculating based on a surface area of the membrane itself. So sometimes we coat our membrane from outside of the layer, and sometimes we decoat it through the inner side of the tubular membrane itself. So, and also there are spiral wound membrane, where this type of membrane we are not currently doing. It is because we are lack of facilities to fabricate this type of membranes. However, we also are fabricating hollow fiber membranes, although we do not have the equipment yet. Probably next year, inshallah. We are fabricating this type of membrane by doing the research collaboration between Lambung Mangkurat University and the University Technology Malaysia, UTM, as well as the University of Queensland and Sydney University in Australia. So we are working all together, how to fabricate, how to optimize the membranes in order that we can select or we can filter the mixture or the saline molecule through the wetland saline water. So all this type of membrane that we are currently doing is all about applied for perforation and ultrafiltration setup. Well, there are, as I mentioned before, there are many types of membrane actually. Before the first time I studied the membranes technology, where we worked through the inorganic membranes. But following the day by day up to now, right now, due to this type of membrane, the inorganic membrane is very expensive. So this is the reason for us how to collaborate or how to template the carbon material into the inorganic materials in order to reduce the cost of fabrication. So that's why we try to put the organic membranes on it. And then I will tell you later what type of the carbon source that we manage or we organize to fabricate that membrane. So the organic membranes means that the materials come from natural, or sometimes they are polymer or a synthetic polymer. However, this type of membrane, they have lack of, they cannot work in the very high temperature. So this is the reason why we need to mix between organic and inorganic membranes. And also, inorganic membrane, they have like ceramic membranes, they have carbon membranes for organic materials, and they have we try to template the metal membranes as well. So all these are done by us, and we are currently still developing the highest result, the enhanced the good result to be able to apply in the communities. Beside that, we still also have the mixed matrix membranes. So these kind of membrane is derived from the combination between organic and inorganic membranes. So the membrane that we are currently doing is like this figure right now. Here we have hollow fiber membranes, and we have the tubular membrane where the main material is coming from alumina and zirconia. We are not currently developing or enhancing the 3M matrix membranes yet. Well, if we compare between the polymer and the ceramic membranes, they have the problem is the robustness. So the ceramic membrane, as we know, these very strong materials. So this material is very robust. However, this type of membrane is very expensive. So we try to reduce the cost by trying to templating, by trying to put the hybrid material, and try to do the all reaction, chemical reaction all together in order to reduce the volume of the ceramic material. I mean the ceramic membranes for producing the ceramic membranes. So the aim is like try to reduce the fabrication cost. And also a material has a very good chemical and thermal resistance, but mostly the ceramic membrane, they're working for gas separation. And now since 2012, we are working on the desalination by reducing the saline or the salt concentration through the water. And the polymer membranes, they are cheap. However, they are not as robust as ceramics. This is the reason why we try to put all together in the fabrication. Our membrane is working through the type of varieties of the pores of the materials. So just a short explanation about the pore size. The pore size through the ceramic membrane that we produced, normally in the mesoporous pore size. The reason why they have like 2 to 50 nanometers to the pore size. Our membrane that we have fabricated is about 2 to 3 nanometers in the pore size. Why? We need to filter the salt molecule, which is much higher than this type of the pore, and the water molecule can pass through the pore size. So we are using actually the Knudsen flow or Knudsen diffusion technique to filter the mixture of the water during the evaporation setup. But normally, this type of membrane can be used for ultrafiltration, microfiltration, and also gas separation. Dense membranes, by the way, we are not using this type of membrane. Normally, dense membranes is applied for reverse osmosis technology of membranes. So, if we look at from the scanning electron microscope, this is type of our membranes where for instance, why they have like 5 or 4 matrix around this. This is a type of pores of our membranes. It's why main material is coming from the silica, which is silica has the 4 hands to be able to build the matrix when they do the polymerization reaction. So as we mentioned before, the length of the pore size is become much more lower based on the type of the pore of your membrane itself. So our membrane, as I mentioned before, is like a bit higher than the microporous, but much lower for the mesoporous. So normally we are kind of a little bit the micropore and a little bit mesoporous of the membranes. If we look at the structure of the common ceramic membrane, so due to our membrane is very porous, let's say that we have to separate between the mixture or the big particle. So the big particle will stay on top of the pores, and the lower molecule will go pass through the membrane pores. Sometimes if the big pores stay on top of the membranes, they would like to lock the smaller molecule to be able to pass through the pore. That is the reason why we do the evaporation setup. So we try to vacuum it and try to put the smaller molecule to be able to pass through the pore of the membranes itself. So this is every single step that we are doing in every day in our small research group. So through the separation layer, yes, this is the mesopores. We are not currently doing with the dense pore. And also we are not currently doing through the macropore, but perhaps and actually sometimes we are doing the micropore. Sometimes we're producing a hydrogel or spray gel and whatever, but it's not focused on the membrane itself, just for the materials. Why is ceramic membrane expensive? Yes. This is a big problem as we have been doing the ceramic membrane for our research for about more than 5 years ago. So up to now, we are still importing the membrane support from Melbourne, Australia. So starting from this year, we are trying to develop our own membrane support from clay, or actually we have been currently did that research since 2017 as well, but we suddenly stopped that work for a moment, and now in 2021 we are trying to continue that research again. This is the reason why, because when we buy the membrane support from out of our country, it is very costly and it is very expensive. So as a researcher, we need to find the cheap price of the membrane support, and also try to find the cheap materials as well, where we can we might be able to extract several materials coming from the wetland areas to be able to produce as membranes material. Well, that is the reason expensive. That is because this type of material is very stable in very high temperature. As we see from here, alumina is very stable in the 1400 degrees C, as well as zirconia. So if we try to apply the carbon or the organic material, they are not coming through up to 100,000 degrees C. They at the 500 they already decompose. So this is the reason why we have no choice. We still need this type of material, but our way is try to reduce the using 100% of this type of material. Behind that one, we also try to shorten the time to fabricate the membrane. So we have been published in several articles try to reduce the time as well as the cost of membrane fabrication by putting technique, or we call it RTP, rapid thermal processing for calcination process, and also try to reduce the material of alumina as well as an interlayer. So we try to produce the name is interlayer free of the membranes. Nowadays we currently fabricate the hollow fiber membrane, where the diameter of the membrane itself is about 1 millimeters. This is a very small membrane, but they produce very high surface area. So we are praying right now in order we can collect some financial in order to buy the big equipment to produce or fabricate the hollow fiber in the future. Once we have these equipments, I'm pretty sure like 1,000 students can be able to do their own research. They can manage all things of material around the wetlands area. Right, so we continue. Yes, the clay. So starting from this year, we are putting one of doctoral students to focus on how to produce a membrane support derived from clays. This is to produce the membrane support, which is very cheap and then coming from our own areas. And also we have been trying to put on several materials in order to produce silica materials, and not to only buy the main precursor coming from outside of our country. We try to extract the main material, where sometimes we are collaborating with students coming from other faculty. And also we could create the materials coming from bones. So they have a very unique shape or structure that could be polymerized during the membrane fabrication. Right. There are several pictures here that we mentioned how we could collect very low materials to be able to produce or fabricate the membranes. So they're coming from the wetlands areas. So we have been trying to fabricate a membrane from Nepal. The chestnut, the pineapple leaf fiber, not yet. We're trying to do this water hyacinth right now as well. And also, there are a lot of things that actually we could work for this. So they have coming from the gallon trees, the mining tailing wasteland, the clay, and also the other fruit, palm front, and the seed pods or etc. So all this material is very useful for us. So due to we are currently working as a chemical engineer student or work with us, so they need to collaborate with the student coming from other faculty or earth science in order to help them to extract this all material. And after that, we apply those material to fabricate the membranes. Excuse me for the we are currently using the Bahasa Indonesia. So these are our words since in 2017, 4 years ago. We have been trying to develop or producing the membranes derived from clay actually, but the work is not done yet. Although we have successfully fabricated a plat membrane actually. Now we trying to develop more and more about this type of material. So by putting one of our doctoral degree student for this, hopefully in the near future, maybe in 1 or 2 years ago, we could publish like maybe 2 or 3 to 4 international publications in order to support this work. Well, a little bit about the seawater desalination. So desalination is our main focus on during the membrane technology in our work. So we try to put, so far we put the tubular membranes to fabricate the potable water on these. However, we still develop how to reduce the energy. So desalination, actually, there are 3 types of process. There are reverse osmosis, there are membrane distillation, they have perforation. For the reverse osmosis, they need energy consumption is very high. And also during this type of process, they could create the membrane falling. So to now, we are not currently working on this type of membrane. So this is, if we see that figure, this is the hollow fiber membrane from the cross-sectional area that have been successfully fabricated at UTM, Malaysia. So we are sending one of the students coming from environmental engineering student. We sit her in 1 month at UTM at the time, just to fabricate this type of membranes. So now there are a lot of work we are working on this type of the membranes in order to fabricate the potable water through the wetland saline water. So she did multiple temperature of calcination. Before the calcination, actually the color of type of membrane is white. So the more you increase the temperature to calcine this material, the color become brown or gray and dark. Or black. That is because in high temperature, this type of membranes become decomposed, because this is the type of the polymeric membranes.
Excuse me, Professor Elma, you got 3 minutes left.
Oh, excuse me, I need to go rush. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is our work, actually, why we implementing our work to the communities. We try to build the several simple install of the equipment by putting the ultrafiltration setup through the communities. This is the where the place, we call it near to Alu-Alu. In Kabupaten Banjar, so because the water here that becomes saline, so I need to go rush. Well, this is the type of why we do the setup actually. So we do the evaporation setup just to filter the saline molecule into the blue dot here. It is a water molecule. So this is, we call it the matrix. The matrix is polymerization between our main material, which is the silicon. So we need to go rush. Well, if we look at the SEM, so this is a layer of our membranes, but actually the layer is less than 100 nanometers, and then less than 1 micrometer, excuse me. This type of layer, actually we did coat it for 4 layers. So this is the work that we have been done every day through our student, how to template, how to replace the whole H hand with this end of the ring or the matrix, how to template it with the red dot here, how to template it with the carbon or a metal or etc. Just in order to prove that we need to fabricate more potable water to passing through our pores of the membranes. So this is a type of the tubular membranes or coming from alumina in our labs. This is a water flux that we never forget doing every single day. So just to measure the water flux in kilogram per meter square an hour. And also we also measure the salt rejection of the membrane. This membrane is fabricated from Nepal tree. Well, also we do the hybrid membranes for fabrication using the TEBS and the TEOS. We could find very high flux, which is currently about 30 kilograms per meter square an hour at the 60 temperature. This is a variation of the 10% of TEBS. As well as 90% of the TS. This is the other word that we try to reduce of using catalyst. We put the citric acid as a base acid and a base catalyst, but normally we use the acid as the high nitric acid and ammonia. By reducing one material, we are successfully created citric acid. It's only one catalyst. This is the product or the result of our membranes derived from pectin. So pectin is coming from apple peels. Also glucose. This is all our publication, or we try to collect in every single time to try to improve the variety of our water flux and salt rejection. This is two of our main focus of doing desalination process. This is the other result as well, where we achieve like 4.48 kilogram per meter square an hour for the silica pectin membranes. And also we put more result as well. But anyway, this is the CTP one, which is much costly. So we try to reduce the process by applying the RTP. And also, this is our another work by putting the photocatalytic membrane, where we have the reactor as well. So we design our own reactor by putting UV light inside the reactor during the desalination process in order to reduce the organic matter through the pore of the membrane. So, this is on top of the look like of our reactor of the ultra photocatalytic membranes reactor. This is the peat water that we have been currently using. This is very dark color. Sometimes we put the ultrafiltration and we do the desalination through evaporation. This is our previous student work. This is for the gas separation. We have been did for 3 students coming from environmental engineering student. They done right now and they have been published as well in several international journals. They created the membrane, tried to get the methane gas coming from the waste materials. This is our latest work. We try to implement through the community. Now we are producing the soap, especially for helping people to do their business in the washing car or washing motorbike, or where we put the inhibitor inside the soap, but only for helping them for the washing cars. We call it segang or sabun eceng gondok anti corrosion. So we put the inhibitor for the corrosion using the hygiene, water hygiene. Yes. Do this with we collaborated this work with the Pertamina actually for this year. Hopefully they would prolong this work up to next year, where we are currently doing on the absorption. So this is a very good picture that we try to separate between the hydrophobicity and the oleophilicity of the water hyacinth as an absorbent. Right now, we are currently producing the hydrocarbon. Maybe next year, we try to produce the absorbent coming from the water hyacinth in order to help the industries to separate between the mixture of the oil. As we can see here, this is a drop of water where the water hyacinth would not like this. So they just sit on top of the absorbent. However, if we put it in the palm oil droplet, they love this one because there's oleophilicity is very high, and they absorb this material is very quick. So nowadays we are currently working with the University Palangkaraya student coming to our research group member to do this work. You can see here the drop of water, they don't like this material. If you can see here, they love this material because they have the oleophilicity properties through the material. So this is the reason why we are trying to produce this one. We are trying to compare the commercial absorbent as well as ours. We can see the result here is very high. So this is the conclusion for today. So the application of organic silica membrane for wetland and wetlands land water is an excellent way in order to produce the water or the potable water to help people around us. So there are actually many material derived from wetland areas that could be as carbon source for us so we can implement it, all the materials, and help students to finish their study as well as to get the new idea as a new result of research. So thank you very much for today. I'm sorry for the time, it's a bit late. So thank you very much. I will give the time back to the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Mutia Elma, for giving such a valued, informative, and interesting presentation about membrane science and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to question and answer session. I'd like to have 3 questions from the participants. Please deliver a very short question through chat. We are still waiting for the question to Professor Elma from the participant. Before that, I would like to read some questions from the participants to Mrs. Kusumastuti. Okay, number 1 from participant Quirin. He or she, maybe he. Question to Mrs. Diana has. Okay, let me see. What's the question? Okay, question from Quirin. Has the WHO healthy city concept been included in the government smart city programs? How to government strategy to achieve it? And the second question from Murtiningrum. I would like to thank Ibu Diana for the nice and informative presentation. I have one question regarding Kotaku program. What are the criteria of a place to choose as a beneficiary of Kotaku program? And then the third question is coming from participant Yeni Kumala. Good morning, Mrs. Diana. Let me ask about the new issues about PBG and SLF. At our district, it will starting enforcement. The question, can you give some solution for enforcement SLF for low-cost house, for example, housing with 36 square meters? Thank you. Okay, there are 3 questions from the participants to Mrs. Diana Kusumastuti. Unfortunately, due to due to her agenda in another place, so she will give the answer with the written response. Okay, and then the question from Quirin to Professor Mutia Elma. Thanks a lot with your presentation. I have a question about mining tiling waste to produce low-cost material for membrane. What is the characteristic or specification of the waste tiling in Indonesia has been applied? Please answer the question, Professor Elma.
Excuse me, excuse me for the internet connection.
Okay.
I'm in our office right now. So yes, thank you, Bapak Moderator. So I would like to reply or answer the question. So, or actually through the mining stuff, there are a lot of things that we could create or we could use as a carbon material, as a source for fabricating the membranes. So, as long as the material has the carbon inside the material, so that could be applied as the raw material to fabricate the membranes. So, there are a lot of things. So especially I mentioned our previous slide. So we could create the membrane coming from glucose or carbon active or whatever it is. And also we successfully fabricated membrane derived from metal, as well as silica material. So we cannot use 100% of those material, but we try to template those material into the silica or inorganic materials. Hopefully the answer could help.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Elma, for the answers. Okay, we are still waiting for another question from the participants. Okay, any other question from the participant? Please feel free to address the question.
Good morning, Dr. Sahril.
Okay.
May I have a question for Prof. Mutia?
Please, Dr. Irfan Prasetya, for delivering.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sahril Taufik. And thank you very much, Prof. Mutia Helma, for your fascinating and very informative presentation. Actually, my background is material, especially concrete material. However, I'm very interested with your presentation, especially about the what do you call it, hydrophobic, because actually in concrete we also want to protect the concrete from the corrosion or for example like from water, and actually by doing a painting it's also kind of a solution. But however, if we is it possible actually to apply this membrane also to cover the concrete, so we can what do you call it, mitigate the concrete from the corrosion issue. And actually also, if I'm not mistaken, for example, in like a four-season country, they also have a problem when they want to what do you call it, to de-icing the snow in the road. So is it also possible, for example, like if we also apply this technology in a pavement, or also in a road? So this is also, I think, innovative solution if we can apply this one to the construction material industry. Thank you very much, Prof. Mutia.
Well, I would like to answer directly, Bapak Moderator.
Okay, please go ahead.
Right.
Straight away. Okay, please.
Thank you, Dr. Irfan. This is very interesting questions. Yes, actually, as long as we are working on the membrane, we have to think about is the material is hydrophobic or hydrophilic. While we do that, we need to plot the type of the character of that membrane in order to process type of the membrane. Sometimes if it is the hydrophobic, so it should be continue to other process. As long as we do the desalination, so we need to just to try to focus on how to collect a water molecule as much as we could because we are doing the desalination. However, to do the hydrophobicity of the material, it is very interesting as well, as long as in the wetland areas, they have a very low pH. When you start to build the concrete in the very low pH of water, it will damage your concrete, I think. So this is the reason why we need to add the mixture of the concrete, put the material which is the more the hydrophobic on it. So they try to block the water molecule trap or flow through inside the pore of the concrete. So to do that one, I think that this is interesting to do the research to do that one. So we need, of course, we need the teamwork to work on it. So at the end, your material need to be executed by the, you need to measure the water angle. You put one drop of the water molecules and you see the material, and then you measure how many degrees that the material can be absorbed of your material. So in order to that, so you can differentiate between the hydrophobic or hydrophilicity of the material itself. So yes, this is very correct. And sometimes they do the painting. Yes, this is true as well, because they need to block the pore of the materials in order the low pH of the water is not damage the concrete.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Mutia. Maybe
you.
we can have a joint research for this subject.
Sure, why not?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Irfan Prasetya for delivering the question, and thank you very much also for Professor Elma for the answers. I have another question coming from Fajrilia Firmanda. I would like to ask a question about prospect low-cost membrane from raw material derived wetland resource. You explained earlier that this method has been in tryouts. When will you think these methods be applied? Also, I would like to ask if this raw material has different method if you apply it to different area of wetland. Thank you very much. Please answer the question, Professor.
All right. Thank you, Bapak Moderator. To Mrs. or Miss or Mr. or Miss Fajrilia Firmanda could see. This is very nice question. This is very interesting to know. I would like to just to realize why my focus on research through the wetland. This is the vision, one of the vision of our university, where we need to focus on our research through based on the vision of our university as well. So this is the reason why I love to do this work since 6 to 7 years ago, but actually before that, I tried to separate or filter coal seam gas water and seawater in order to fabricate potable water. So based on that, the wetland areas we live in the wetland areas. We know in everywhere, in every single day, if we go to the near to the city, we may see the people they use the water, the river, but sometimes the river becomes saline during the hot season. This because of the intrusion of the seawater coming to the river. So this is the big question for me as a researcher. Since then, we try to fabricate membranes and then using the wetland saline water as a feed of our reactor. So why we are not producing the big scale of the material yet? That is true, because we are a researcher. We don't have any high financial to help people in the big volume of the people. So in order to help that, up to now, in every year, we always install the ultrafiltration system through the membrane as well, which is connecting to the membranes. For this year, we have been installed for maybe 3 to 4 equipment just for free for the people. Around the south in our province, in Banjarbaru, Banjarmasin, or in the next few days, we are installing our new equipment as well in Martapura to help people there, because they got very dirty water for their lives. But to apply for our membranes, especially for the silica membranes, as I mentioned in our presentation, the production of the silica membrane is quite expensive. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Professor Elma. I have another question coming from participant, Ms. Namira Putri Azahra.
Oh, yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask about the alternative materials, animal bone waste. Is there any specification area to apply this alternative? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Namira Putri Azara. This is a very interesting question. So I love to hear this type of the questions. Yes, actually, to do the research, we don't need to think about like for a long time. You just see what's happening outside there. So what's happening of the waste outside there. We also, for the first time, we extracted a pectin coming from banana peels. That because we saw a mother of our student, they're selling the bananas, right? So let's try to use the banana peel to be extracted to be pectin, and we apply to the membrane, as well as the animal bones waste. We are here in our province, the love eating fish coming from the sea or as well as the river, but they are not eating bones. But it is good for us to try to collect the bones, extract the bone, and then you could grab the carbon source of the bone in order to be templated in the membranes materials. So just need time to think and then do the job straight away through the laboratory. So it is very interesting to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Elma, for the answers. Okay, we are still have time, so we are still waiting for the other question coming from the participants. Please free to address the question through the chat. Okay, any question from the participants? Okay. Just got the other question coming from Faisal Rizani. I would like to ask a question to Professor Mutia, and my question is about your headline presentation. As you said, this in an emerging trend, as this trend has been applied to the actual fields, and this trend has any specification since wetlands has their own difference, whether in texture and content. And there are lots of kind of wetlands in Indonesia. Is there any specific area that this method can be applied to? Thank you very much. Please answer the question.
Right, another very interesting questions coming from Faisal Wijani. Thank you for the question. So yes, the reason I'm not focusing on one research for our presentation, actually we try to explain all our work that we have done in our research group, and then we are not actually focusing in one type of membranes. So we are focusing in several membranes, but however we are focusing only to the wetland areas. So why we do the wetlands and not the wetland areas, the solid material? So we are using as the wetland water or the wetland saline water in order to treat those water to be clean and potable water, because we still have problem to access the clean water as well as the drink water in our lives. So actually the specific area you could do for the method, no, because just for the wetland, as we may see, the wetland, they have very low pH. The difference is sometimes they have a different organic matter contaminated in that water. So before putting your equipment or your membranes to be able to process, to produce a potable water, you need to know the characteristic of the wetland water itself. So in each specific area, they have a different pH, they have a different organic matter, they have different contamination in this water. So that's it. So for generally the wetland water, they are the same. They have a dark color, they have a low pH. The specific thing is like they have a different organic matter, because the source of organic matter in each area, they got difference. Hopefully the answer can help. May help Faisal Rijani for the participant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Elma, for the answers. Okay, I think we are still waiting for the other question from the participants. Actually, we have much time for this question answer, because the first speaker couldn't attend for the question and answer session directly. So if you want to address the question, just type into the chat, so Professor Elma can answer the question. Okay, we are still waiting for the question. Okay. Any other question? Okay, just respond from Faisal Rizani. Thank you very much for your explanation, Professor Mutia Elma.
You're most welcome.
Okay.
Please don't be shy to ask.
Okay, everybody, please don't be shy or ask the question. Okay, still waiting for the question. Okay, any other question from the participants to Professor Elma? Please feel free to address the question. Okay. Okay, I've got one question from Mr. Suratno. Okay, excuse me, my name Suratno. Very interesting material presented by Professor Elma. Please ask permission to ask whether this is a four-membrane material. Currently, for landslides, we use a geotextile application. Can we also apply what the improvement conveyed and how do we deflate it in the field? Thank you very much. Okay, so it's regarding with the geotextile application, such as similar with the membrane material. Please answer the question.
Thank you, Pak Suratno. Yes, this is very nice questions. Geotextile, actually, they have these pores as well. So this is a nanomaterial pores. But normally, as we can see, or I'm not an expert in the civil how to build the road, actually, but sometimes somehow I was looking at for the people laying down the geotextile, and after that they put on top of the soil and or other materials in order to create like a good road in order not to be damaged in the future. So actually geotextile is a type of, if you look at the knowledge, every type of the membrane actually, how they try to absorb the molecule of maybe water or the liquid molecule, try to separate that one with other molecules. So they try to help to strengthen the soil on the road. Maybe this is the use of the textile application. So with regard to the membrane technology, because we are currently doing for the water applications, the geotextile they are using for the solid application. They try to put the material become dry on top of the textile, and they try to absorb the molecule or the water or the liquid molecule through the pores of the geotextile itself. So the similarity between the geotextile with the membrane is the mechanism of the filtration, I'm guessing. So they try to absorb all the liquid molecule. However, in our membrane, we try to separate with one or two or others molecule. We try to differentiate, we try to absorb, which is the lowest diameter of the molecule pass through the membranes. The other molecule, we cannot we put it on top of the surface of the membrane in order not to pass through the membrane pores. So I think the similarity of the word or the mechanism of the word is still the same. However, maybe the geotextile, they leave all the liquid pass through and not to the dry of the material on top, maybe like that during the mechanism of the work. So the material of geotextile normally they are coming from the inorganic material. Why? If they put as the organic material, so the organic material is easily to decompose, while the inorganic material takes time to decompose. So I'm guessing for the road build, they start to build the geotextile while the road building the road, they put the material as an inorganic. But I'm sorry, I haven't analyzed or characterized the material for geotextile yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Elma, for the answers. Okay, we are still have time, about 15 minutes. And then we're still waiting for the other question from the participants. Please feel free to address the question. Okay, we are still waiting for the other question from the participants.
Might be there is a question from Bapak Moderator.
Okay. Okay, there's one question from moderator. I would like to ask you about the application of argona silica membranes for wetland and wetland saline water. This is very important because in saline water there is maybe some kind of problem with the condition of the water. How to apply this type of membranes for different kind of saline water proportion?
Thank you, Bapak Moderator. This is a very hard question.
No.
Very easy to answer.
Nice.
Yes, actually, while applying a membrane directly to the wetland and the wetland saline water, we also put artificial saline water. So normally, in order to know the concentration of the saline water coming from the starting from the brackish water, 0.3% weight, up to the 15% weight to brine water. So brackish, sea, and brine water. So if the membrane is still working in the brine water, so means that our membrane is still good to be applied to the mining, the waste mining water actually. So the differentiate between the artificial saline water compared to the wetland or saline wetland saline water is the organic content in the water itself. So by having the organic content in the water as a feed passing through the membrane, they would create the fouling on your membrane. Once the fouling put on top of your membrane support, so means the performance of your membrane become lower and lower. So it needs to be avoided. The fouling problem. So this is the big issue up to now. So especially when we put down our membrane as 100% of the organic or polymer membrane, it would not easy to get the long-term performance of our membranes. So this is the reason why we need to apply another inorganic material in order to reduce or to increase the performance of the membrane by having problem with the fouling problem on top of the surface of the membranes. That's the real problem when we apply your membrane through the wetland or the wetland saline water. If you put the membrane to do the process through the artificial, the saline water, you would not face the fouling problem. That's only the difference.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Elmo, for the answer.
You're welcome.
Okay, we are still waiting for the other question from the participants. We still have time, about 10 minutes. Okay, any question from the participant for Professor Elma? Okay, I got one question from, sorry. Okay, very interesting question from Miss Yeni Kumalaningrum. Hello, Professor Mutia Elma. From all the raw material at wetland resort, you have been mentioned before, which is the most high prospect for low-cost membrane for future? Thank you very much. Okay, please answer the question.
Thank you, Bapak Moderator. Morning, Ibu Yeni Kumalaningrum. Yes, this is very good questions. We have been so far do the experiment using the NIPA3, the glucose and pectin as a carbon resource. What else? Several ways as well to prepare the membrane. As far as we found from our work, the pectin material derives from not for the wetland areas, from apple and banana peels is the highest performance of the membrane we got so far. We did work for the Nipa tree as well to produce the membranes. Unfortunately, the water flux or the performance of the membrane is a bit lower. So in order to beat the publication for our draft or manuscript, we need to lead the performance of our membrane as compared to the result of the others researchers done. So this is the reason why up to now we are developing time to time to get the very high flux or performance of the pectin materials of our membrane. Now actually this year we are trying to put the other process instead of deep coating our membrane. So we put the other process actually in order to get the very high flux or performance of our membranes. So as we know, that to fabricate the membrane, you need to create the materials, you need to polymerize the material, becomes polymerization reaction in order to get a very high surface area or the matrix of the membrane. And after that, this type of the material you need to deep coat to the membrane support. So when you start deep coating, now starting from this year, we try to do another performance of deep coating membrane as well in order to produce a higher or better performance of the membranes. So normally we do deep coating for 4 layers. Now we are currently doing increasing the surface area of the tubular of the membranes. We do a different calcination process. And now the performance of the membrane is not finished yet to be published. So we still keep on the data on us yet. So once it get published, we would inform you all which one the best membrane that we produce. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Elma, for the answer. Okay, still waiting for the other question. Still have time in 15 minutes, actually. Okay, respond from Ms. Penny Kumalaningrum. Thank you very much, Professor Mutia.
You are most welcome.
Okay, maybe still waiting for one question. Okay, we are still waiting for question. One more question at last. Okay. I have one last question from Quirin again. Professor Mutia, in your presentation mentioned that inorganic membrane has higher strength than others. So what number strength given? Please answer the question.
Thank you, Bapak Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Koirin. Yes, the robustness of our material. Unfortunately, we couldn't. There is no like unit how to measure the robustness of your membrane of the fabrication of membrane itself. So, like in other material, they have a TM material coming from the US unit, or maybe in Indonesia we have SNE, SNI, or whatever. But actually, once you fabricate your membrane, you cannot. There is no up to know. There is no up to know the requirement or what is the strength of the membrane you fabricate. But the other thing that you could know is try to compare between yours membranes and others membrane that could be already fabricated. That's also, there is no number, strengths, or like the standard to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Professor Elma. Okay, this is the last question for this Q&A session. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Elma, for your kind response in answering 7 questions from the participant. Hopefully, the answer will further explanation will be make clear and more understanding of ourselves regarding with green technology research of the sustainable development in civil and environmental engineering research. Okay, that's all for second session. Thank you very much again for your presentation, Professor Elma. Hopefully the participant could get some kind of valuable information and knowledge about the green technology in civil and environmental engineering research. Okay, give applause for Professor Elma.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your present for Professor Elma, please? We have a plenary discussion actually in 15 minutes due to the in absence of the first speaker. So I would like to give some a brief review about this session, and then regarding with the first speaker will be deal with the green technology in building and settlements. So regarding with the question from the participants, Mrs. Kusumastuti had 3 questions. The first one from Koirin regarding with smart city program, and the second one from Murtiningrum regarding with Fataku program, and then the third one coming from Yeni Kumalaringrum regarding with PBG and SLF. Okay, and then the answer will be delivered in written response actually. Okay, and for Professor Elma had 7 questions from the participants. The first one coming from Quirin regarding with tiling was low-cost material for membranes. And then the second from Fajrilia Firmanda regarding with prospect low-cost membrane from raw material derived wetland resource. And the third one coming from Ms. Namira Putri Ajahra. She asked about the alternative material such as animal bone waste. And then the other question coming from Faisal Rizani. The question about the emerging trends applied to actual fields in wetlands. And then next one coming from Suratno regarding with using geotextile application with similar in using for application in the field such as similar with membrane. And the next question coming from me regarding with membrane for saline water. And next question coming from Yeni Kumalaringrum regarding with raw material. Okay, and then from Poirin regarding with inorganic membrane has high strength than others, so what's number strength given? Okay, and all the questions have been responded clearly but by Professor Elma. And now we can have some very interesting point of view from Professor Elma. Please deliver closing speech for this presentation, and then give some very interesting resume about your presentation. Please, Professor Elma.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me for today, for inviting us to share our a bit research in our research group. So I hope you guys all enjoy this presentation, and then could be develop a little bit knowledge about what is the membrane technology looks like, and then on how we apply this technology to our region, especially in South Kalimantan in Indonesia. So again, thank you very much for the collaboration, for the inviting us, and then for listening to our presentation. Thank you very much for the committees for having me for today. So thank you very much for all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Elma, for the closing speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of part of this morning symposium session. Before I close the symposium, I would like to take the conclusion from what the speakers have presented, that the green technology for station development is very important for Indonesia civil and environmental engineering research in the future. I would like to thank so much to the speakers for the informative and interesting presentation, and to the participation for very active participation. Hopefully, the symposium will be beneficial for everybody and for Indonesia's development. Amin. Please give applause for the speaker and for you all. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, the first session is over. Thank you very much to Mrs. Insinyur Dayana Kusumastuti, NT, and Mrs. Professor Mutia Elma, ST, MSc, PhD, for sharing your knowledge to us.
And also, thank you to the moderator, Dr. Insinyur Syahril Taufik, MSc Engineering, for leading the first session of our symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank to Dinas Pekerjaan Umum dan Penataan Ruang Provinsi Kalimantan Selatan, Civil Engineering Department of Syah Kuala University,
Dinas Permukiman dan Kawasan Perumahan Provinsi Kalimantan Selatan, and Badan Perencanaan dan Pembangunan Daerah Banjarbaru.
And also, thank to our sponsorship and media partner who have supported the success of today's event.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue the next agenda, we will have a break, and you are kindly requested to be here again at 1 p.m. Central Indonesia time.
And also, for the participants that haven't registered yet, please fill the registration form on the link that's provided in the chat rooms. For the information, all participants are required to at least twice the registration form and the evaluation form in order to get the e-certificate of this event. Once again, we will have a break time and you guys are required to hear again at 1 p.m. Central Indonesian time. Thank you.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Fakultas ini berdiri pada tahun 1965. Salah satu kampus unggulan dari 11 fakultas yang ada di Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Memiliki letak yang strategis di ibu kota Kalimantan Selatan, yaitu Banjarmasin dan kota Banjarbaru, menjadikan suasana yang sempurna untuk berproses menuntut ilmu. Kampus ini menjadi tujuan para pembelajar. Mereka berasal dari berbagai penjuru kota di Kalimantan. Tak heran, sampai saat ini memiliki 2.496 mahasiswa yang tersebar di 10 program studi yang dimiliki oleh Fakultas Teknik. Mulai dari sarjana, magister, hingga profesi insinyur, bahkan hampir semua program studi sudah terakreditasi dengan nilai B oleh BAN PT. Pilihan program studi yang ada di kampus ini adalah program studi Sarjana Teknik Sipil. Program studi Sarjana Arsitektur, program studi Sarjana Teknik Pertambangan, program studi Sarjana Teknik Kimia, program studi Sarjana Teknik Lingkungan, program studi Sarjana Teknik Mesin, Program Studi Sarjana Teknologi Informasi. Program Studi Magister Teknik Sipil. Program Studi Magister Teknik Kimia. Dan Program Pendidikan Profesi Insinyur. Setiap program studi memiliki laboratorium yang lengkap untuk menunjang proses pembelajaran. Selain fasilitas akademik, Fakultas Teknik juga memiliki beberapa fasilitas yang menjadi sarana untuk mahasiswa dalam pengembangan diri di kampus ini. Ada perpustakaan yang didesain dan ditata secara minimalis untuk menambah rasa nyaman dan daya tarik membaca bagi mahasiswa. Student Center yang digunakan untuk kegiatan semua organisasi yang ada di Fakultas Teknik. Ada musola sebagai pembentuk karakter spiritual dan emosional secara Islami. Taman Fakultas Teknik yang memberikan suasana berbeda dan asri untuk mahasiswa berdiskusi dan saling bertukar ilmu pengetahuan. Aula dan ruang kelas yang luas untuk proses belajar mengajar yang efektif dan efisien. Perkembangan era digital membuat Fakultas Teknik terus berinovasi dalam memberikan sistem kerja pendidikan yang efektif dan efisien. Terbukti dengan perubahan sistem pelayanan yang sebagian besar dilakukan secara online untuk memberikan pelayanan yang mudah, cepat, dan murah bagi mahasiswanya.
Fakultas Teknik memiliki visi menjadi institusi yang terkemuka dan unggul di bidang rekayasa lahan basah. Saat ini, di usianya yang ke-55 tahun, telah banyak capaian-capaian yang diberikan oleh Fakultas Teknik sesuai dengan visi yang ditetapkan. Dalam bidang pendidikan dan pengajaran, telah ribuan alumni yang tersebar di berbagai daerah dan di berbagai bidang pekerjaan. Sementara di bidang penelitian, juga telah banyak hasil-hasil penelitian dan juga publikasi, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Sedangkan di bidang pengabdian, telah banyak karya-karya penelitian dari dosen-dosen dan juga mahasiswa yang telah diterapkan oleh masyarakat. Di tahun-tahun mendatang, Fakultas Teknik akan lebih meningkatkan lagi kontribusi fakultas dalam pembangunan di daerah. Saat ini, kita terus giat melaksanakan berbagai pembenahan baik di bidang pendidikan, sarana prasarana, sumber daya manusia, dan juga program-program kerjasama. Kami berharap mitra-mitra Fakultas Teknik tetap melaksanakan kegiatan bersama kami untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Di usianya yang ke-55 tahun, telah banyak capaian-capaian yang diberikan oleh Fakultas Teknik. Mahasiswa kampus ini penuh prestasi, mulai dari meraih juara 1 Mind Surveying di Indonesian Student Meaning Competition 11 pada tahun 2018, juara 1 pada lomba konteks, kompetisi keterampilan software teknik sipil di Institut Teknologi Kalimantan pada tahun 2019, hingga meraih kategori Best Design di Green Wins, kompetisi desain rumah ramah lingkungan di Bandung pada tahun 2019, dan masih banyak lagi prestasi lainnya yang diraih oleh mahasiswa Fakultas Teknik. Kampus ini telah menghasilkan lulusan-lulusan terbaik yang tersebar di berbagai daerah dan di berbagai bidang pekerjaan.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Gabriela Oktaviria. Saya merupakan alumni Prodi Arsitektur Universitas Lambung Mangkurat Banjarbaru, angkatan tahun 2012. Saat ini saya bekerja sebagai admin operasional di PT Angkasa Pura Properti Banjarmasin.
Saya Pauji, alumni dari Prodi Arsitektur angkatan 2011. Sekarang saya bekerja di salah satu instansi pemerintahan Kota Banjarbaru yang bergerak di bidang infrastruktur dan bangunan gedung.
Saya Tika Wendari, alumni Teknik Sipil Angkatan 2013. Saat ini saya bekerja pada Balai Jasa Konstruksi Wilayah 5, Direktorat Jenderal Bina Konstruksi Kementerian PUPR.
Besar yang tercipta tanpa keberanian dan kerja keras. Siapapun bisa jadi apapun. Berjalan bersama Fakultas Teknik. Wujudkan mimpimu dan bangun bangsamu. Aku cinta Fakultas Teknik. Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Fakultas ini berdiri pada tahun 1965. Salah satu kampus unggulan dari 11 fakultas yang ada di Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Memiliki letak yang strategis di ibu kota Kalimantan Selatan, yaitu Banjarmasin dan kota Banjarbaru, menjadikan suasana yang sempurna untuk berproses menuntut ilmu. Kampus ini menjadi tujuan para pembelajar. Mereka berasal dari berbagai penjuru kota di Kalimantan. Tak heran, sampai saat ini memiliki 2.496 mahasiswa yang tersebar di 10 program studi yang dimiliki oleh Fakultas Teknik. Mulai dari sarjana, magister, hingga profesi insinyur. Bahkan hampir semua program studi sudah terakreditasi dengan nilai B oleh BAN-PT. Pilihan program studi yang ada di kampus ini adalah program studi Sarjana Teknik Sipil. Program studi Sarjana Arsitektur, program studi Sarjana Teknik Pertambangan, program studi Sarjana Teknik Kimia, program studi Sarjana Teknik Lingkungan, program studi Sarjana Teknik Mesin, program studi Sarjana Teknologi Informasi, program studi Magister Teknik Sipil, program studi Magister Teknik Kimia, dan program pendidikan profesi insinyur. Setiap program studi memiliki laboratorium yang lengkap untuk menunjang proses pembelajaran. Selain fasilitas akademik, Fakultas Teknik juga memiliki beberapa fasilitas yang menjadi sarana untuk mahasiswa dalam pengembangan diri di kampus ini. Ada perpustakaan yang didesain dan ditata secara minimalis untuk menambah rasa nyaman dan daya tarik membaca bagi mahasiswa. Student Center yang digunakan untuk kegiatan semua organisasi yang ada di Fakultas Teknik. Ada musola sebagai pembentuk karakter spiritual dan emosional secara Islami. Taman Fakultas Teknik yang memberikan suasana berbeda dan asri untuk mahasiswa berdiskusi dan saling bertukar ilmu pengetahuan. Aula dan ruang kelas yang luas untuk proses belajar mengajar yang efektif dan efisien. Perkembangan era digital membuat Fakultas Teknik terus berinovasi dalam memberikan sistem kerja pendidikan yang efektif dan efisien. Terbukti dengan perubahan sistem pelayanan yang sebagian besar dilakukan secara online untuk memberikan pelayanan yang mudah, cepat, dan murah bagi mahasiswanya.
Fakultas Teknik memiliki visi menjadi institusi yang terkemuka dan unggul di bidang rekayasa lahan basah. Saat ini, di usianya yang ke-55 tahun, telah banyak capaian-capaian yang diberikan oleh Fakultas Teknik sesuai dengan visi yang ditetapkan. Dalam bidang pendidikan dan pengajaran, telah ribuan alumni yang tersebar di berbagai daerah dan di berbagai bidang pekerjaan. Sementara di bidang penelitian, juga telah banyak hasil-hasil penelitian dan juga publikasi baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Sedangkan di bidang pengabdian telah banyak karya-karya penelitian dari dosen-dosen dan juga mahasiswa yang telah diterapkan oleh masyarakat. Di tahun-tahun mendatang, Fakultas Teknik akan lebih meningkatkan lagi kontribusi fakultas dalam pembangunan di daerah. Saat ini, kita terus giat melaksanakan berbagai pembenahan baik di bidang pendidikan, sarana prasarana, sumber daya manusia, dan juga program-program kerjasama. Kami berharap mitra-mitra Fakultas Teknik tetap melaksanakan kegiatan bersama kami untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Di usianya yang ke-55 tahun, telah banyak capaian-capaian yang diberikan oleh Fakultas Teknik. Mahasiswa kampus ini penuh prestasi, mulai dari meraih juara 1 Mind Surveying di Indonesian Student Meaning Competition 11 pada tahun 2018, juara 1 pada lomba konteks, kompetisi keterampilan software teknik sipil di Institut Teknologi Kalimantan pada tahun 2019, hingga meraih kategori Best Design di Green Wins, kompetisi desain rumah ramah lingkungan di Bandung pada tahun 2019, dan masih banyak lagi prestasi lainnya yang diraih oleh mahasiswa Fakultas Teknik. Kampus ini telah menghasilkan lulusan-lulusan terbaik yang tersebar di berbagai daerah dan di berbagai bidang pekerjaan.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Gabriela Oktaviria. Saya merupakan alumni Prodi Arsitektur Universitas Lambung Mangkurat Banjarbaru, angkatan tahun 2012. Saat ini saya bekerja sebagai admin operasional di PT Angkasa Pura Properti Banjarmasin.
Saya Pak Uji, alumni dari Prodi Arsitektur angkatan 2011. Sekarang saya bekerja di salah satu instansi pemerintahan Kota Banjarbaru yang bergerak di bidang infrastruktur dan bangunan gedung.
Saya Tika Wendari, alumni Teknik Sipil angkatan 2013. Saat ini saya bekerja pada Balai Jasa Konstruksi Wilayah 5, Direktorat Jenderal Bina Konstruksi Kementerian PUPR.
besar yang tercipta tanpa keberanian dan kerja keras. Siapapun bisa jadi apapun. Berjalan bersama Fakultas Teknik. Wujudkan mimpimu dan bangun bangsamu. Aku cinta Fakultas Teknik. Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Fakultas ini berdiri pada tahun 1965. salah satu kampus unggulan dari 11 fakultas yang ada di Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Memiliki letak yang strategis di ibu kota Kalimantan Selatan, yaitu Banjarmasin dan kota Banjarbaru, menjadikan suasana yang sempurna untuk berproses menuntut ilmu. Kampus ini menjadi tujuan para pembelajar. Mereka berasal dari berbagai penjuru kota di Kalimantan. Tak heran, sampai saat ini memiliki 2.496 mahasiswa yang tersebar di 10 program studi yang dimiliki oleh Fakultas Teknik, mulai dari sarjana, magister, hingga profesi insinyur. Bahkan, hampir semua program studi sudah terakreditasi dengan nilai B oleh Ban PT. Pilihan program studi yang ada di kampus ini program studi sarjana arsitektur, program studi sarjana teknik pertambangan, program studi sarjana teknik kimia, program studi sarjana teknik lingkungan, program studi sarjana teknik mesin, program studi sarjana teknologi informasi, program studi magister teknik sipil, program studi magister teknik kimia, dan program pendidikan profesi insinyur. Setiap program studi memiliki laboratorium yang lengkap untuk menunjang proses pembelajaran. Selain fasilitas akademik, Fakultas Teknik juga memiliki beberapa fasilitas yang menjadi sarana untuk mahasiswa dalam pengembangan diri di kampus ini. Ada perpustakaan yang didesain dan ditata secara minimalis untuk menambah rasa nyaman dan daya tarik membaca bagi mahasiswa. Student Center yang digunakan untuk kegiatan semua organisasi yang ada di Fakultas Teknik. Ada musola sebagai pembentuk karakter spiritual dan emosional secara Islami. Taman Fakultas Teknik yang memberikan suasana berbeda dan asri untuk mahasiswa berdiskusi dan saling bertukar ilmu pengetahuan. Aula dan ruang kelas yang luas untuk proses belajar mengajar yang efektif dan efisien. Perkembangan era digital membuat Fakultas Teknik terus berinovasi dalam memberikan sistem kerja pendidikan yang efektif dan efisien. Terbukti dengan perubahan sistem pelayanan yang sebagian besar dilakukan secara online untuk memberikan pelayanan yang mudah, cepat, dan murah bagi mahasiswanya.
Fakultas Teknik memiliki visi menjadi institusi yang terkemuka dan unggul di bidang rekayasa lahan basah. Saat ini, di usianya yang ke-55 tahun, telah banyak capaian-capaian yang diberikan oleh Fakultas Teknik sesuai dengan visi yang ditetapkan. Dalam bidang pendidikan dan pengajaran, telah ribuan alumni yang tersebar di berbagai daerah dan di berbagai bidang pekerjaan. Sementara di bidang penelitian, juga telah banyak hasil-hasil penelitian dan juga publikasi baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Sedangkan di bidang pengabdian, telah banyak karya-karya penelitian dari dosen-dosen dan juga mahasiswa yang telah diterapkan oleh masyarakat. Di tahun-tahun mendatang, Fakultas Teknik akan lebih meningkatkan lagi kontribusi fakultas dalam pembangunan di daerah. Saat ini, kita terus giat melaksanakan berbagai pembenahan baik di bidang pendidikan, sarana prasarana, sumber
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please fill in the afternoon registration form as the link sent in the room chat is different than the one sent in the morning. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please fill in the afternoon registration form as the link sent in the room chat is different than the one sent in the morning. Thank you.
sumber daya manusia dan juga program-program kerjasama. Kami berharap mitra-mitra Fakultas Teknik tetap melaksanakan kegiatan bersama kami untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Di usianya yang ke-55 tahun, telah banyak capaian-capaian yang diberikan oleh Fakultas Teknik. Mahasiswa kampus ini penuh prestasi, mulai dari meraih juara 1 Mind Surveying di Indonesian Student Meaning Competition 11 pada tahun 2018, juara 1 pada lomba konteks, kompetisi keterampilan software teknik sipil di Institut Teknologi Kalimantan pada tahun 2019, hingga meraih kategori Best Design di Green Wings, kompetisi desain rumah ramah lingkungan di Bandung pada tahun 2019. Dan masih banyak lagi prestasi lainnya yang diraih oleh mahasiswa Fakultas Teknik. Kampus ini telah menghasilkan lulusan-lulusan terbaik yang tersebar di berbagai daerah dan di berbagai bidang pekerjaan.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Gabriela Oktaviria. Saya merupakan alumni Prodi Arsitektur Universitas Lambung Mangkurat Banjarbaru angkatan tahun 2012. Saat ini saya bekerja sebagai admin operasional di PT Angkasa Pura Properti Banjarmasin.
Saya Pauji, alumni dari Prodi Arsitektur angkatan 2011. Sekarang saya bekerja di salah satu instansi pemerintahan Kota Banjarbaru yang bergerak di bidang infrastruktur dan bangunan gedung.
Saya Tika Wendari, alumni Teknik Sipil Angkatan 2013. Saat ini saya bekerja pada Balai Jasa Konstruksi Wilayah 5, Direktorat Jenderal Bina Konstruksi Kementerian PUPR.
besar yang tercipta tanpa
May I have your attention? Dear ladies and gentlemen, due to the break time is over, we would like to continue our agenda.
Now, we will have 3 invited speakers, and this session will be led by our moderator, Mrs. Nadia Helda, STMSC. Before that, let me read the curriculum vitae of our moderator, Mrs. Nadia Helda, STMSC. Mrs. Nadia Helda, STMSC, her education as a Bachelor of Engineering in Civil Engineering in 2000 in Gadjah Mada University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and as Master in Hydrology and Water Resources in 2008 in UNESCO ISCEER Institute for Water Education in Delft, Netherlands.
She is as a lecturer on Civil Engineering Department, Lambung Mangkurat University. She lives on Jenderal Ahmad Yani Street, kilometer 36, Banjarbaru, Saraf, Kalimantan. You can contact her on office phone, email, and cell phone that's shown on your screen right now.
Her research interest is hydrology and water resources, fluid analysis and modeling, integration GIS, and remote sensing.
That's all the curriculum vitae of our moderators. And I would like to kindly invite our moderators, Mrs. Nadia Helda, STMSC, to guide the second session. To Mrs. Nadia Helda, STMSC, time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, MC, for delivering your time for me. So I would like to inform you that this session will be divided into 3 speakers, and then each speaker will be given 1 hour for presentation. And then after that, we will have a 30-minute discussion and then closing. So for the first speaker, I would like to invite Dr. Riza. So this is the CV of Dr. Riza, Associate Professor from University of New South Wales. And he's actually finished his Master of Engineering in Construction Engineering from AIT, Thailand, Bangkok. And his PhD is in Construction Management from University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. He also the Director of Postgraduate Research at the Faculty of Built Environment in University of New South Wales, and has many experience and also employment in his career. And he also has experience in managing and reviewing research, especially in the construction discipline, including the grants provided by the Australian government, and also the project management experience with Bovis Lendlease and Jonas Lang LaSalle. And he also received many grants and awards from other communities, such as the Best Research Paper Award from the Indonesian Community of Construction Contract Management. And also, he is a professional membership member of the Australian Institute of Building, incorporated member of the Chartered Institute of Building, and many of his publications can be found in many reputable publications as listed below. As we can see that he has like 51 journal articles, and many citations have been done for his publication. So for the time being, I would like to give the opportunity for Dr. Riza to deliver your presentation. The time is yours, sir. Thank you.
Many thanks. Thank you for the nice introduction as well. So I'll start sharing my screen if that's okay. Okay, thank you for inviting me into this wonderful event. So as introduced, my name is Risa Yusia Sunindio, and today I'll focus on prefabrication as a green technology for promoting sustainable construction. So for me today, sustainability is not only about being environmentally friendly, but we will see about the social aspect and a bit of the economic aspect of being sustainable as well. So just quickly, currently I'm an associate professor in the School of Built Environment in the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia. I think, again, this has been introduced earlier. So my background is actually in civil before I, in a sense, shifted my education to construction management. I completed my PhD from UNSW as well in construction management. I do have experience in the construction industry. So I started as a structural engineer in Benjamin Gideon and Associates because of my educational background, obviously. But then from there, I shifted my career to construction management. So I work for Bovis Lendlease. Lendlease is actually the largest construction company in Australia. So I work as a contract administrator, and then I became site engineer, project engineer, and sustainability champion, where I was responsible to introduce and implement sustainability principles in the head office and site offices. From there, I moved to Jones Lang LaSalle as a senior project manager. So Jones Lang is the second largest real estate company in the world. Currently, I'm a full-time academic staff. Obviously, my responsibility is to give lectures, to do research. So my main research areas are health and safety in construction and also human resource management in construction. I do some, well, general research in construction management as well, especially in the context of developing countries. Just some other things I like to do. I like to play squash. Traveling is my hobby as well. And I do a bit of internet marketing, like blogging and making YouTube videos concerning my research. A bit of intro concerning UNSW. So we have 6 faculties in the university, and my school, School of Built Environment, is part of the Arts, Design, and Architecture faculty. We have one college as well in Canberra, but this is specific only for the Australian Defence Force Academy. Our motto is Australia's Global University. So we have more than 60,000 students in our university. About 22,000 started in 2020. So this number is a bit lower because of the pandemic, because the Australian government closed the border. So many of our international students cannot come to Sydney. So about 2/3 of our students are local, and the remaining 20,000 is our international students. We have more than 4,000 higher degree research candidates. So these are PhD and master by research students. And our alumni is about 300,000 scattered around the globe. For the staff number, we have about 7,000 staff, and you can see the proportion there as well in terms of academic staff and professional staff, and also male and female staff. Currently, we are ranked number 43 according to QS, and this is mainly supported by our strong research performance. So for instance, our research income is about $550 million per year. Okay, so just a short introduction concerning myself and UNSW. So now let's dive into my presentation about prefabrication. So first, I would like to start with introducing some common challenges in the construction industry, especially in the context of Australia. So the first one, as you can see there, we have slow productivity growth, especially when we compare the growth with other industrial sectors. It's very slow in the construction industry. And in some years, the growth is actually negative. So actually, it's worse than the previous year. The second challenge, shortage of skilled laborers, because the demand is actually high in terms of buildings and facilities and infrastructure, and the companies cannot keep up with the demand because of the shortage of skilled laborers. We are facing difficulties to attract more people to enter the industry, especially attracting women. So in a sense, we missed the talent of the half of the population because we can't attract women to enter the industry. So in Australia, about 11% of the workforce are women. And the third challenge, increasing costs. So because of the slow productivity growth and then the shortage of skilled laborers, the demand is really high, but then the supply is limited. So automatically project costs are increasing. Another challenge, poor health and safety. I think this is well known everywhere in the world, the same in Australia as well. Our fatality and incidence rates, for example, and injury rates as well are much higher than the industry average. And this is not only about physical injuries and fatalities, but also about mental health of construction workforce. The suicide rate in construction, for instance, in Australia is much worse than the general population in the country. So it is estimated that for a construction worker is 6 times more likely to die because of suicide than because of a workplace accident. So that's how serious the mental health condition in the Australian construction industry. And the last one, negative environmental impact. This is not only during the construction stage, because obviously we use a lot of carbon or embodied carbon from our materials, and then during the construction stage as well. But our end products, our buildings, our facilities, they can have negative environmental impact as well, because they generate a lot of carbon emissions throughout their life cycle. Another challenge I would like to introduce is poor ethics, compliance, and quality, again, in the Australian construction industry. If I can give you an example, this is actually, this building is called Mascot Tower in Sydney. It was built in 2009. There are 132 apartment units inside that building. The cost is quite expensive. So for 1-bedroom unit in 2017, it was sold for $700,000 or about 7 billion rupiah. For 2-bedroom unit, it's about $960,000, so almost 10 billion rupiah. Somehow in 2019, the entire building was evacuated because of structural problems. So there were massive cracks in the lower part of the building. And after many efforts, many investigations, now it's like more than 2 years, the building owner or the unit owner still cannot return to the building because the defects have not been rectified. And the estimate to repair the problem is about $53 million, roughly about $400,000 per unit. So obviously, the unit owners cannot afford the repair costs. They still need to pay the mortgage, the $700,000 to $1 million mortgage they need to pay. On top of that, they need to pay the $400,000 to repair the unit. So all the owners of the unit inside the building cannot afford to pay the mortgage plus the repair costs. So now, even if they can pay, their unit is worthless because people will not be willing to pay for such a defective building. So it's a very sad condition for the owners of the unit. To make the problem worse, the developer was liquidated, so the developer doesn't exist anymore. And there is no builder's warranty because the builder's warranty in New South Wales, a state in Australia, is only 10 years period. And the building was completed more than 10 years ago. So in a sense, there is no solution for the owner of the units. So therefore, because of this problem, and there are many other problems actually in Sydney and New South Wales, the government initiated a program called Construct New South Wales to improve future residential buildings in New South Wales and also to restore customer confidence with residential buildings in the state. One initiative to improve the construction industry in Australia is using this kind of concept, construction or building 4.0. So we have a program called Building 4.0 CRC, or Cooperative Research Center. The main purpose is to catapult the building industry into an efficient, connected, and customer-centric future. I bold that term, customer-centric future, because I think in the past, the customers are not well protected, as the examples I gave earlier. Some contractors, for example, after they develop a building and then they just disappear, and then they make another company with different names, and then sometimes with different owners as well, but can be their relative, their wife or their husband or their son. So now the government would like to focus more to protect the customers. And then delivering better buildings at lower costs, along with the human capacity to lead this future industry. So Building 4.0 CRC is a cooperative research project. So this project received funding from the government, $28 million, on top of $103 million of funding from the construction industry, from other government agencies, and also from research partners. The research can be categorized into three areas: sectoral transformation, so basically changing the culture of the industry and changing the management system as well. The second one, digital transformation, basically integrating technology into our practices. And the last one, building transformation, so focuses on the buildings itself. Making sure the buildings are more sustainable and also more durable in the long run. So the circle there just showing some research areas in the Building 4.0 CRC. If you visit that website, you can see, you can find more information about this project. Okay, so now my focus is on prefabrication, which is one component of the Building 4.0 CRC. These are the taxonomy of prefabrication in the construction industry. So in a sense, there are 4 levels of prefabrication. The first one, component manufacture, for example, like door furniture, light fittings. So these are common and usually are not considered as prefabrication in practice. I mean, for example, if you buy a new door, like a lock for your door, it will come with the handle and then with the key and so on. So that's the meaning of component manufacture. So therefore, this kind of thing is not considered as prefabrication. Now, the second level is non-volumetric prefabrication. A significant part of the building or structure is prefabricated off-site. So basically, it's being manufactured, being built in the factory before being transported on-site and then installed in the project. Some examples of non-volumetric prefabrication are wall panels or floor panels, and also structural sections, for example, like the roof truss. The third level, the higher level, is for volumetric prefabrication. An enclosed usable space is manufactured in a factory. For example, like the entire bathroom, including the fit out or the interior, can be built in a factory before transported on site and then installed in the project. And then the highest level is called modular. Modular units form the building. So this is similar like the volumetric prefabrication. It's just the size is bigger. In some cases, an entire house can be built off-site before being transported and placed on the designated land area. So this presentation is based on the case studies with MERVAC. MERVAC is a construction organization in Australia. It's quite a large company. They perform all the functions throughout the building life cycle. So they are a developer, a designer, a builder, a facility manager, and also asset manager. The revenue of the company in 2021 is $2.3 billion, and the profit is $550 million. The total assets of the company is $15.9 billion. So it's a fairly large company. The case studies here focus on prefabrication in housing projects. I guess past research tend to focus on bigger projects like Harras buildings, but in this case, we want to focus on implementing prefabrication in housing projects and see their impact on the performance. So the first case study is non-volumetric prefabrication. MERVAC has 8 townhouses. So in a sense, they conducted an experiment in Melbourne. So 4 townhouses, exactly the same. I mean, all the townhouses have the same exact design, and the location is very close to each other as well. So 4 townhouses are built using non-volumetric prefabrication method, while 4 townhouses were built using traditional method, basically in situ. The non-volumetric component in this case is prefabricated wall panels and floor panels. You can see the example there. That is the prefabricated wall panels. So the entire wall panels are built in the factory before being transported on site and installed in the project. Now let's see the comparison between the conventional on the left-hand side and the prefab project on the right-hand side. Let's see the schedule reduction first. The overall duration for the conventional method, 29 weeks. For prefab, 22 weeks. So 7 weeks less, or the saving is 23%. Another example to see the schedule reduction is the time needed to build one floor structure. In conventional method, they needed 12 hours to build the floor structure for one townhouse. But in prefab, only 1 hour, just simply to install the floor structure. Again, we can see the significance reduction from the process. How about risk reduction? In terms of the conventional method, the labor hours, more than 8,000 hours. For prefab, more than 7,000 hours. So almost about 900 hours less, or 11% saving. So obviously, when we can reduce the labor hours, this can reduce the exposure to health and safety risks. The most dangerous activity when we build a house is actually working on scaffold, so the use of scaffolding. Here we can see the comparison as well. For conventional method, 12 weeks for working on scaffold, but for prefab, only 7 weeks. So 5 weeks less, or 42% saving. Again, we can reduce the risk exposure of the workers from the risk of falling from a height. And then how about manual handling? In the conventional method, 2,100 lifts, manual lifts, are needed to install 42 tons of material. So basically for the wall panel and also for the floor structure. For prefab, nothing, because all components were lifted by crane. So this is important because number one cause of injury in the Australian construction industry is muscular stress. And the main source of muscular stress is manual handling. So therefore, if we can reduce the amount of manual handling, then we can also reduce the amount of muscular stress. So this is good for the worker, and this also can reduce the health and safety risks. Okay, continue. Now, how about the environment? So in terms of the environmental performance, we use waste as an indicator here. The on-site waste for the conventional method, as you can see there, is 180 cubic meters or 22.4 tons, built the 4 townhouses. Prefab project, 90 cubic meters or 11.5 tons. So you can see the saving or the reduction is about 50%. And not only in terms of on-site waste, but this approach is good for the community as well, because we can reduce the number of workers' cars, and we can eliminate 6 weeks of traffic. And this will be good for the community. So it's safer for pedestrian, for example, in the community. And this will generate less pollution as well. So both air pollution and also noise pollution for the community. How about quality? For quality, we use air tightness as an indicator. So air tightness is measured by air changes per hour. So basically, when the air changes per hour is high, it means the air insulation of the house is not good. So it means when in summer, the inside of the house will be warm, while in winter, the interior will be cold, which will increase the use of air conditioning and heating inside the house. So that's the meaning of air tightness. We conducted blower door tests to measure the air changes per hour. The expected minimum standard in the world globally is about 10 air changes per hour, while the average in Australia is actually quite bad, 15 air changes per hour. And here we can see for conventional project, it's actually quite good already, 8 air changes per hour, but for prefab project, it's even better, 5 air changes per hour. So prefab can have a positive impact on quality. Now, the second case study, we use volumetric prefabrication. So here we used bathroom pots, 52 bathroom pots in 26 homes, also in Melbourne. So you can see the picture there. Basically, a bathroom pot is a bathroom, and its internal finishes, interior, are completed in a factory. And you can see on the left-hand side, we used video footages as well to capture the installation process for the bathroom pot and also the traditional bathroom construction, which is the picture on the bottom left. So we want to compare what kind of activities that the workers did within a certain period of time by examining the video footages. Okay, let's start with traditional bathroom construction. So this is what they needed to do to complete traditional bathroom construction. The project team from FAC, the project manager, the site manager, the project engineer, site supervisor, and health and safety coordinators, they needed to be involved. to complete traditional bathroom construction. And then there are 9 trades involved in the construction process as well. You can see plumber, electrician, plasterer, joiner, glazier, waterproofer, tiler, tile supplier, and fixtures supplier. So it's quite a complex process. And for each trade, the project team has to coordinate and manage the process. So there are 8 activities that the project team had to perform to engage and manage the tradespeople: tendering activity, purchase order, schedule management, document control, calls and emails, inductions, and also health and safety management. At the end, the project team also had to ensure the quality of the work of the tradespeople. So inspection and quality control activities, including inspection, preparing the warranty documents, the certification for each trade, and also the defect management for each trade as well. Again, just to build a bathroom, they needed 460 scheduling tasks, 61 hours of phone calls, 930 emails sent from the project team to the tradespeople, 130 hours of meeting, and 360 hours of inspections, only for constructing bathrooms. Let's compare that performance or those activities with prefabricated bathroom pots. So the same thing, we have the project team involved: project manager, site manager, project engineer, site supervisor, and health and safety coordinators. The main difference, all those things, the 9 trades people and so on, now we only have one company. So the company is called ISCEER. This is the bathroom pots manufacturer. Mervac, which is the head contractor, and ISCEER, they work collaboratively in design detailing, in the tendering process, purchase orders, delivery coordination and management, and also in the inspection of the end product. And of course, in terms of quality, that is also the case with warranty, certification, and defect management. But in order to perform, in a sense, to deliver the same product, as you can see on the bottom part there, the required efforts are much less. 104 scheduling tasks, 15 hours of phone calls, 52 emails sent, 78 hours of meetings, and 104 hours of inspections. If we compare between traditional and prefab, here we can see the differences are actually massive. So in terms of scheduling, again, the one on top is obviously conventional, and the one in the bottom is a bathroom pot. The scheduling task, 78% reduction. In terms of phone call, from 61 hours to 15 hours, so 75% reduction. Likewise, for emails being sent by the tech team to the bathroom subcontractors, from 930, they can reduce to 52, 94% reduction. Numbers of meetings or hours of meeting, from 130 hours to 78 hours, so 40% reduction. And then the number of the hours of inspection as well, from 360 hours to 104 hours. 71% reduction. So a lot of saving. And again, this is only for 52 bathrooms. When the number is bigger, obviously the saving will be bigger as well. Just some more comparisons. So the entries and exits, that is based on the video footages. In order to install or to build 52 bathrooms using a traditional method, the workers need to enter and exit the bathroom more than 21,000 times. Can you imagine? 21,000 times just to enter and exit bathrooms. Using bathroom pots, the number can be reduced to 520. So massive reduction, 98% reduction. The number of workers, the same thing. more than 3,000 just to build bathrooms, and then using bathroom pots can be reduced into 156. As well, the man hours, almost 3,000 man hours, and then when bathroom pots were used, only 37 hours, 88% reduction. And we can also convert the man hours into construction. For conventional, 109 days. For bathroom pots, only 7 days. So 94% reduction. So therefore, just to, I guess, to bring the case studies together, here we can see the benefits of prefabrication. I'll start from the right-hand side. So the first one, obviously, we can reduce construction duration. I think it's obvious. And then the second benefit, we do have environmental benefits as well. We can reduce the waste on site. We can reduce pollutions as well in terms of air pollution and also noise pollution, especially for the community. Because we can reduce the construction duration, we also can reduce the carbon emissions. And at the same time, as you can see, the next benefit is actually about better quality. When I talk about quality, I talk about the air changes hour and how it can affect the use of air conditioning and heating inside the houses. So in the long run, the use of prefabrication also can reduce carbon emissions during the operational stage, not only during the construction stage, but also in the long run when we operate the houses. And by using prefab, we also can have durable products. So our products can last longer, which is obviously more environmentally friendly. Now, on the left-hand side, again, we can reduce the labor on site. And when we reduce the labor on site, this will have better impact or have better impact on health and safety performance. In terms of safety performance, obviously, when we can reduce the number of labor, when we reduce their work hours as well, then less exposure to safety risks on site. And then in the case of housing construction, because we use less scaffold during the construction stage, then also less work at a height. So we can reduce the risk of falling from a height. Less manual handling as well, which is good for reducing the amount of muscular stress, which is the #1 cause of injuries in Australia. Better health. So this is in terms of better long-term health. When we can reduce manual handling and also reduce muscular stress, then we can avoid a more serious health issue like the musculoskeletal disorders in the long run, especially for the workers. So maybe the benefit, we can't see it immediately in terms of the health benefit, but in the long run, it's actually better for the workers. And then the same thing, better for mental health due to less coordination demands. If you see from the example of the bathroom pots, so basically for the bathroom pots, the management and coordination demands are much less than the conventional method. So therefore, this can reduce the pressure and the stress on site. And in the long run, this should be better for the mental health of the people involved in these coordination and management processes. At the same time, of course, prefab has some benefits, but we need to understand the challenges of prefabrication as well, as I outlined here. The first one, so this is especially in Australia, the manufacturing capability, in a sense, is still quite limited. And I mean, if the number of factories to produce the prefabricated components are limited, automatically this will impact the supply of the prefab components. And this can be problematic because it can increase the cost. If we compare with Sweden, for example, so Sweden is very good in terms of using prefabrication. So it's like one of the best countries in the use of prefab. The manufacturing capability in Australia is only half of that in Sweden. And again, because of that, we have transportation problem. So if the factory is in Melbourne, for example, and then the project is in Sydney, then it means they need to transport the components from Melbourne to Sydney. So obviously this is expensive, and also the transportation costs, the transportation process itself can generate carbon emissions as well. And as I said earlier, because of the lack of manufacturing capability and the transportation process, this can increase the cost of implementing prefabrication. Prefabrication also can bring new health and safety risks. Yes, maybe we can reduce manual handling on site when we use prefabrication, but then we may introduce new health and safety risks because we need to use a crane, for example, on site. And obviously, this kind of technology can introduce new health and safety risks. The workers themselves may not be familiar with the process of installing prefabrication components, and this can increase some types of risks on site. And another health and safety risks is actually the risk in the factory itself is not well understood, because prefab, in a sense, is actually transferring some of the risks from the site into the factory. So what's going on in the factory still needs to be studied further. So we need to compare the risks in the factory and the risks on site. Logically, of course, the risks in the factory should be smaller because they are working within an enclosed environment, and usually it should be easier to control the risks within the factory setting. But I guess we need to have more study to compare the risks when building prefabricated components in a factory with the risks of using conventional methods on site, and see which one is actually more risky. And the last one, customer perception. Again, in Australia, actually people have negative perceptions on prefabricated products. So they feel that, okay, prefabrication, I think that is a cheap product, and the end product will all look the same. So this kind of customer perception still limit the use of prefabrication in Australia. So just concluding remarks from me, I guess if you want to implement prefabrication, maybe for example, in the context of Indonesia, people need to understand the rationale of prefabrication. So what are the benefits of prefabrication? So why you want to implement prefabrication in your context, in your company? I think this should be studied first. The business case should be developed. If people are willing to try prefabrication, I think it's important to start small, to conduct some experiment, like what I just presented, that kind of experiment to find the benefits and the challenges of prefabrication. But there must be a support from the management as well. They need to dare to innovate their process. Collect data to assess the benefits of prefabrication. Again, explaining the business case of prefabrication. Maybe it's not only about cost, but there are many other benefits of prefabrication which can be explored. And opportunities to be at the forefront as well, which can improve the reputation of the company. Opportunities to upskill workers and improve their welfare as well. Because when we use a lot of workers and most of them are unskilled workers, obviously their salaries are lower. And if you want to upskill them, I guess this is an opportunity so we can improve their salaries and eventually improve their welfare as well. And finally, prefabrication also has the opportunity to improve the construction industry and make the industry more sustainable as well. And just the last one, this is fairly new, hasn't been implemented much in Australia, but we can also integrate Internet of Things and prefabrication logistics. Here we can see the steps of prefabrication from production until the post-construction stage. In production, there is a concrete sensor to optimize the mold times in the factory. So the concrete sensor can be attached with the steel reinforcement, and the sensor can assess or measure the temperature of the concrete. And then the sensor can link the temperature of the concrete with the strength of the concrete. So therefore, when we have this kind of sensor, we can actually remove the formwork or can demold the concrete quicker, which can reduce the overall duration of the project. And then the sensor can be used for inventory purpose as well. So visibility of inventory of each prefabrication component. So we know where each prefabrication component is located in the factory. And then from there, the same sensor can detect the movement of the component during the transportation process. So location tracking from the factory to the site. On-site storage, the same thing, tracking movement of components, prefabricated components and elements on site. Even during the installation, the same thing. Actually, the crane can be linked with the prefabricated components. So therefore, we can assess the trends of hook time and also the time of installation for every prefab component. And the last one, even during the post-construction stage, if necessary, we can assess or monitor the deflection of the component as well once we install it in the building. Maybe over 1 year period, for example, the deflection of the structure can be monitored. So this is, I guess, still in the future, how we can integrate Internet of Things with prefabrication logistics. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge my colleague in Mervac, David Heller. So he is the National Operations Manager of the Master Plan Communities Construction Division in the company, where data were collected for this presentation. And that's my last one, actually. Thank you very much for the opportunities.
Thank you very much for Dr. Riza for presenting a very informative and very valuable presentation. So the time is actually still enough for your presentation, but maybe for the next speaker, it will be okay if we continue to the next presenter, okay? Is Dr. Ali is here now? I would like to invite Dr. Ali. Hello. Dr. Ali, are you there? So I think we have to wait first, right?
If necessary, while waiting for the next presenter, I'm happy to answer any questions as well, if that's okay with the committee.
Yeah, I think so, Professor. I have one question, if it is allowed. So you have presented like a very informative for me, especially. So what is the most important factors if a country want to have this kind of technology in the country? What is the most important that we have to provide?
For me, in the context of Australia, I think people have to see the benefits of prefabrication. Like my colleague in Murphy, David, is actually very passionate. So therefore, he convinced his top managers to try prefabrication because again, he just want to demonstrate the benefits of prefabrication and how it can benefit the company as well. So I guess commitment from the top managers and the willingness to try new things is very important for implementing prefabrication. And of course, understanding the benefits, because obviously if there is no benefit, then what's the point of implementing new things? So therefore, capturing the benefits and convincing the senior managers, I think, are very important success factors for prefabrication.
Yes, indeed. So you also mentioned that one of the challenges is customer perception. So it is having still like a negative perception in the community. So how can we deal with that? So how can we reduce or minimize the negative perception for this prefabrication?
Well, very difficult, but we need to do it slowly. So if we have more products, even eventually in the market, then the public slowly can be changed as well. I mean, prefab is actually successful in, again, the country Sweden, I said earlier, and also in Japan. Prefab is actually very popular. So obviously changing the perception of the market is not an easy thing to do, but when we have more prefabrication products in the market, and then if people can actually see, hey, actually in terms of quality, this is better. It can reduce the use of air conditioning and heating inside my house. And then actually in terms of the design, they all don't look the same. Actually, we can modify the design as needed, as shown in many prefab projects in Australia. So slowly by doing so, we also can change the perception of the market. But of course, this can't be done in one go, but we should do it slowly.
Yes. So actually, for the design itself, a customer can choose or maybe like deliver their own design, so it can be implemented also by the factory, something like that. It can be done like that.
Yeah, not yet in Australia, but yes, in Japan. So in Japan, because I guess the design is integrated with the factory's capacity, so therefore the customers can actually adjust the design within a certain limit, of course, but actually the limit is quite big already, but because the manufacturing capability is there. But in Australia, not yet. Yes, the customers can adjust the design into a certain extent, but not as advanced in some other countries. But we are slowly progressing into that direction.
That's very nice. And also you mentioned a lot of advantages or benefits by using this kind of technology, right? So actually, maybe in the future, it will be more useful if we can start this technology by firstly, maybe socialization to community to reduce the negative perception for this prefabrication. So I think it's quite good, and then yeah, it can be done in the future. It is very interesting, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I think the committee still try to contact Dr. Ali. Actually, he is already in here in this room, but maybe we have to wait for another 3 minutes. Okay, I have another question. So about the video footage that was taken for the, what is that, to maybe to see how is it being done. Oh, there is a question actually from the participant. His name or her name, Koirin. She or he has a question about one of the challenging in construction in healthy and safety.
Yeah, I guess I need more context. How can we improve safety culture? Okay. Safety culture has 3 dimensions, right? We have safety climate or the psychological, and then the behavioral, and also the situational aspect of safety culture. It's always going back to the management commitment. If the management doesn't see the importance of health and safety, then it's just impossible to improve safety culture within the company. I know it's difficult because sometimes health and safety can affect the costs of the project as well. And then if the cost of the project is high because of health and safety implementation, then the company may not win tender process. I understand. But I guess it's coming back to us as well. Do we actually value a human life? If a worker died on our site, how do we feel? So it's coming back again to us and also to the management commitment. At the same time, the government should enforce health and safety policy as well. So therefore, all key stakeholders, the large companies, the government, the large owners need to work together to improve health and safety in the construction industry. Again, this can't be done in one night, but everyone should start working together and focus on health and safety.
I hope that answered the question.
Thank you.
And another question from Hendra. His question, will this prefabricated construction model actually reduce employment? As we know that you mentioned that while in Indonesia, there are still many unemployed. And how does you comment about this?
Yep, very good question. I was considering the same question as well when I'm thinking like prefab in the context of Indonesia. But I don't know whether my answer is correct or not. But if you imagine, say if you want to dig a hole, You can use one excavator, or you can use 100 workers using a spade, or you can use 1,000 workers to dig using spoon. You can employ more people if you do so. But as a result, if you do so, then you only pay a very low salary to workers because they are unskilled. So I don't know. In my view, if you want to improve the well-being of workers in Indonesia, I think we need to upskill them. And by upskilling them, we need to adopt new technology, new initiatives. And by doing so slowly, we also can improve the well-being of more workers in the country. I mean, if we change to prefab, for example, then the manufacturing capabilities in the country will be increased as well. So as a result, more people also can work in the factories. I don't know whether I answer your question, but I guess that's my view concerning this one. We can't always use the number of people need to be employed as a reason not to use new technology, because by doing so, actually we limit the development of the workers themselves. And in the long run, we limit the development of the country as well. I guess that's my view on this one.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. I think now Dr. Ali is ready. So I would like to, hello, Dr. Ali, good afternoon.
How are you? Nice to meet you.
Okay, so Dr. Ali will be the next presenting for this session. So I would like to read your CV. Okay, so your full name is Assistant Professor Ali Nasir Ibrahim, Head of Civil Engineering, Department of Al-Iraqiyya University in Baghdad. You also have a PhD in Civil Engineering from University of Weimar, Germany, and Master of Science in Civil Engineering from Geotechnical Engineering Al Nahrain University, and then Bachelor in Civil Engineering Al Nahrain University, formerly Saddam University. Dr. Ali is having academic experience as assistant lecturer at Al-Mustansiriya University College of Engineering Department in 2008, and having many academic experiences as researcher also in National Center for Construction Laboratory and Research, Soil Mechanics Laboratory as part of contract between Al Nahrain University and Iraqi Ministry in Industrial and Mining for 18 months. And many publications have been written by Dr. Ali, as can be seen in this slide. And there are a lot of papers in reputable and well-known papers and journals. Yeah, and the last one is in 2019, entitled Studying the Effects of Leaching on Treated Gypsum-Rich Soil, Journal of Engineering and Sustainable Development. I think that's all. And for today, Dr. Ali will present entitled Temperature Effects on Leaching Permeability of Artificial Salt Soil. For Dr. Ali, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thanks for this introduction. I'm really glad to be here today. This is a great chance for me to participate in this national symposium on environmental research. This is my first attendance on the research in the future. I'm glad to
I'm sorry to interrupt, Dr. Ali. Could you please raise your voice or maybe your sound from?
Let me use the headphone. Hello, do you hear me now? Is now better?
Yes, it's better now.
Now better. Yeah, I use my
Okay.
So I just said like I'm glad to be here for this first international. This is my first attendance to the conference in Indonesia. This is a great chance for me. I learned from there some Indonesian culture. So I just want to say thanks for you. Thanks for this. Let's start with the presentation. Actually, it's a short brief of the last research that I worked at Christian Albert Kiel, which is in Germany. Kiel is the north of Germany. So we're gonna start with the research.
Sorry, Dr. Ali, your voice. Yeah, I think.
Just a minute. I just wanna look for the
Okay.
the screen. So just give me a minute. Just give me a minute, please. I'm not familiar. Yeah, that's fine. Did you see the screen now, please?
Yes.
Yeah, finally I got that. Thanks for the patience. Thanks for the time. So the title is temperature effect on reaching the permeability of artificial salt soil. This is most important subject in the field of energy geotechnics. So let's start. Let's talk about the geothermal power plant, which is the field of applications of this. The figure shows the geothermal, as a simple geothermal power plant. As you can see, there's a hot water well. And there's another well for the, as for the hot water, it goes to the turbine, and then the steam came from, hot water came from ground of the soil. So it goes to move the turbine and then to generate and then the cool water go back again injection to the earth, and then the circles is so on. So this is simple description of the geothermal power plant. This is a field. That's why we choose to study the temperature effect. So this is just a brief description on the.
Apologize, Dr. Ali. We have difficulties to hear your voice.
Excuse me?
Your voice is still not.
Oh, just a The voice okay now?
No, it's okay.
Yeah, let me just. So yeah, I just give a brief description of the geothermal power plant, which is the most important the area field of the geotechnic energy geotechnics. So this is an application why we choose this. The power plant is a field of to study that lead us to study the permeability solids. So the geothermal power plant is, as you can see from the figure, it consists of the well number 1 and hot water. It goes up steam condenser, and then the steam goes to the turbine, which goes the energy goes to rotate the turbine and to generate the electricity. And then transport it to the community, and then the water, cooling water, then go back to the air, and then this circle is gonna rotate again. So it's most important in this type of project to study the temperature effect on reaching the permeable solid. So we use in this study, use a Houston sound as classified by the Unified Soil Classification System as an SP group. This soil, yeah, as an SPG soil. So yeah. And we use the Houston sound, and other mixture consists of gypsum content with the Houston sound. So the first sample consists of 30% gypsum and 70% of Houston sound, and the second sample, which is artificial sample that we made in the lab, consists of 50% gypsum and 50% of Houston sound. All samples subjected to 30, 70, and 100% kilopascal cell pressure. The permeability is conducted in 5 temperature degrees that we choose. 21 degree, 20, 32, 39, 42, and 47 degrees. To study the effect of temperature on gypsum distribution. As we discussed, the soil samples consists of the first sample is Houston sound, which is SP group of soil, which is poorly graded soil according to the system. The second artificial mixture, which consists of the 30% of gypsum, pure gypsum, and 70% of the same Houston gypsum. The third sample consists of 50% gypsum and 50% of Houston sand. If we go for test procedures, we start with the leaching. The leaching in the soil can be defined as the process which removes materials in solution, like salt and cementation agent, from a section in the soil profile. How we did the leaching test, we did it by use a triaxial stress permeability test. We choose a constant field test method according to ISTM G 2434. We choose 3 types of pressure as a cell pressure to subject it to this solid sample, which is 30, 70, and 110 kilopascal as a vertical stress. The whole triaxial cell, which place it inside some kind of oven that we made at the laboratory as a chamber oven box. We will discuss it later, to subject the whole cell to the temperature that we choose it already, 21 degree, 32, 39, 43. The figure shows triaxial stress permeability test. The first figure from the left of the circle, which is the whole cell, that we use it at first, at the beginning when we start the work, which is normal triaxial stress permeability test. The figure in the middle of the screen, which is the cell, which places the soil sample, which is 10 centimeter in diameter and 10 centimeter in the height. This is the soil sample that we use. So the one in the middle is the cell, and then the one on the left side is the host. Later on, the figure on the right side, which is the modified cell. Later on, when we start work, we didn't put the thermal condenser inside the water. If you can see here in the left side figure, there is the wire, the yellow and red wire. This is the thermal condenser. We put it inside the cell to measure the temperature of the water inside the cell. This is later, we add this later when we modified the cell, because we start working the normal triaxial cell. Then we need to know the exact temperature inside the water or on the soil sample as well. So we start with the normal cell, and then we start to modify the cell itself to measure the temperature for the water around the sample, and then the soil sample itself. Here is the chamber for the temperature, just like a regular handmade oven. This is a simple oven that we made at the lab. The figure in the left side, this is the first chamber that we used. It was really at the beginner stage. It was like very easy ovens made by one of the students at the university. So we start do the test with this basic chamber, and then we put our whole cell, like you can see, inside the chamber, and there is a thermal wire as a temperature. Later on, the figure in the middle, we modified, like I said, we modified the cell, and then we modified the chamber. We made a better chamber later on that we used as an oven for us. So we can put our whole cell inside this chamber. So this is the chamber oven box in the middle. And then the left side picture is the chamber when you close the door, and then there's see the laptop to read the reconnect the laptop to modify the program to calculate the management temperature for permeable. So this is a brief description of the soil samples and test procedure as well as the equipment. The chamber post dimension was 60 centimeter by 60 centimeter length. It's also 60 centimeter. Like I said, after the soil sample preparation and the place it at the triaxial surface permeable cell, the whole cell is placed inside the chamber open box and start permeability test at the desired temperature. So let's say it's like a normal permeability test, but it is temperature control. So like just imagine yourself like yourself do the triaxial permeability test, but with the temperature control. How we made that? We made that by putting the whole cell inside the chamber oven box and control and try to how we manage the temperature, modify the thermal detector inside the soil sample and inside the water. We got some result here for hydral conductivity. We start from the left, let's say, to the right. Here you can see the temperature with hydral conductivity. For the first figure from the left side is for vertical stress 30 kilopascal. The one in the middle for 70% kilopascal, that's a cell vertical stress. And the last one is the vertical stress is 110 kilopascal. So the results show that the coefficient of permeability increase with temperature, where the water viscosity decrease due to an increase of water energy. This can be explained by the viscosity of water. The permeability is related inversely to the water viscosity, which related inversely to temperature. So the viscosity of liquid reduces with the increase in temperature, since the energy of liquid movement increases with reduced surface tension, allowing water to penetrate the particle and the solid more easily. Therefore, increasing temperature can cause increase in hydraulic conductivity, which represented by the K, as you see from the figure. This is also the thus for the first figure that we just explained. That's for Houston Sound. That's the first example that we work on. The second figure also, that's for the artificial mixture of soil, which is 70% of Houston Sound and 30% of both soil give the same results, which the hydral conductivity increases with increase the temperature. Now, we study the effect of confining the pressure on the hydraulic permeability. So, those figures shows the effect of confining the pressure on the coefficient permeability of three types of solid that we covered. The one on the left side, the figure on the left side is for the Houston Sound, and the second one, the mixture, 50% It's worth to mention that the increase in confining pressure from 30 kilopascal to 110 kilopascal lead to reducing coefficient of permeability due to a reduction of volume flow. Like when as a normal phenomenon that when we increase the confining permeability, decrease confining, we try to constrain the in those figures, we talking about we calculate the leaching gypsum for artificial mixture. The figure on the left side for the soil sample consists a mixture of 50% used sand and 50% of gypsum. The figure on the right side is another artificial soil sample consists of 70% gypsum, used sand and 30% gypsum. So the both figures shows that there was an increase in leaching gypsum with temperature increase. This can be attributed to the fact that the increase in permeability leads to dissolving more gypsum particles and thus in turn increase the gypsum leaching. We try to get empirical relation, mathematical empirical relation between the coefficient of permeability and the temperature. The first figure on the left shows a relationship between coefficient of permeability and for our tested soil with zero gypsum content, 30% gypsum content, and 50% gypsum content. And as you can see, we found those empirical relation shown in the figure. The figure on the right side, which is comparison for the other research, came from South Africa by Levy. It gave us the same increase with the coefficient of permeability, and it found the same relationship, as we can see, as a linear relationship. So the figure showed the empirical relation for three types of soil sample. I thought left side, that's overall, which is for soil sample of 0%, 30%, and 50%. The results showed there was a direct relationship between coefficient of permeability and temperature. It's also worth mentioning that this relation can only apply to temperature range used in this research. So this is a constraint formula is only used for this type of soils and this case conditions. So the coefficient of permeability increases when temperature increase. It is also worth mentioning that there is temperature increase from 25 degrees, 50 degrees for solid sample, 0% gypsum content, 30% and 50% content. Solid samples, the hydraulic conductivity increased by 26%, 33%, and 89%. This can be attributed to the high gypsum dissolution and high gypsum content, which lead to the presence of voids in the soil. The other researcher decided that they have found that the temperature increase from 25 degrees to 45 degrees The hydraulic conductivity is 41 and 44%. Those guys did the case for two types of soil as you can see, right side, which is Hutton soil and Avalon soil. Both soils came from South Africa. So so give us the same almost. It's a different person in the introduction, but give us the same phenomenon. This could be attributed to the different porosity and grain size distribution of each soil. So that we based on the soil for the South Africa. So if we go for conclusions, we can summarize as follows. Gypsum content has a significant effect on permeability, where a sample of 50% gypsum content has high coefficient of permeability than the sample of 30% gypsum content. Since the gypsum dissolves in the soil, water fluctuates in the soil, which helps the water. The second point, the degree of temperatures has a direct relation with the coefficient of permeability due to degrees of the process. The confining pressure has an inverse relation with the permeability. Also, the increase of temperature causes increase in change. Increase the temperature. Reduce the velocity and the structure is too busy, and that will cause the sorry. Thanks for attention. I'm sorry for those. The short presentation. I'm really busy. A lot of other stuff. Thanks for guys listening. I love.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ali, for your presentation. Actually, there are a lot of time for you for presenting the paper, because we are still waiting for the next speaker, Dr. Ilyas Masih. So maybe use this opportunity to ask you some questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please go.
Okay. And for all the participants also, if you have any question, you can write it on the chat, or if it is possible, it is better if you can speak directly or ask directly. Okay, my first question is, I saw the graph before on your presentation when the hydraulic conductivity and the graph showing the constant value for the vertical stress of 110 kilopascal. So I'm just curious, what caused of this effect, while the other two graphs have a increasing trends?
Let me see. That's gonna be like. I just wanna go forward for the figure. That was the first figure you're talking about, please, or?
Yeah, I forgot what number of the slide.
Yeah, I didn't get the number. I mean, you mean the study of the hydraulic conductivity, the relation between hydraulic conductivity and the temperature, right?
And the temperatures, yes.
Yeah. For the, I mean, you see the variation is all, it's increases with the I mean, when we increase temperature, the hydraulic conductivity increases, no doubt. So what's happened in the when we increase the confining pressure, this confining reduce the increases. I mean, it's caused a slight increase for the 110 kilopascal. So it shows that the curve like almost horizontal, but this is not a horizontal, it's here on the figure. So the confining pressures try to reduce the increases of the hydraulic conductivity. It's like due to confining pressure. I mean, it's affect the increasing of hydraulic conductivity. And this is a very clever, I mean, question. This is the hydraulic conductivity. It causes that reduces in the increases of the hydraulic conductivity. So it's not like the 30 kilopascal stress. The soil is more, I mean, relief. So the water can fluctuate very easy inside the soil and cause the decrease in hydraulic conductivity in the well-known manner. But for the high stresses, 110 kilopascal, confining the pressure causes this reduction in the increase. So yeah, transfer question.
Okay, thank you. And the second question, why did you use Houston sand? Are there any specific characteristic for this sand so that you use this sand?
That's a good question also. When we did this research, we were in the, let us say, the Christian Albert University field in Germany. The students and the professor, they used to work with this type of soil. There's no, I mean, big deals to study this type, but this is the like normal standard type of sand, which is well known of the soil properties, like many, it's like a standard type of sand. So its properties like density, I mean, the coefficient of it's well known and it's recorded by the other researchers that used to work in the lab. So we choose there's available of that sand was available there, and then its properties was also available. So we chose this type. So we also choose another soil from Azerbaijan. We didn't mention. Then we try to study the effect of leaching with artificial. So we mix this type of sand soil, I mean Houston sand soil, we mix it with standard gypsum, which we buy from the market. So we make artificial mixture of Houston sand. This type of soil, like enriched with 5%, is slightly separate here in the water. It's so serious problem. Thanks for
Okay, thank you for the answer. We have to wait for Dr. Ilyas because he isn't successful to connect to this Zoom link. So maybe we will wait for 5 minutes. Thank you, Dr. Ali.
Thank you, Richard. Thanks for your time. I really appreciate your notes and comments. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Okay, I think Dr. Ilyas Masih is in this room now. So, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Sorry, I was a bit late and the other link was not working. Now
Yes.
then I joined via Zoom.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Ilyas.
Yes.
How are
Hello.
you, sir?
I'm fine.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm fine too.
Mhm.
So, I think we can continue to your session.
Mhm.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am ready. Let me upload my presentation.
Okay, I will introduce you first.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So, the third speaker of this session is Associate Professor Dr. Ilyas Masih. So, he is currently being promoted to Associate Professor. However, in the IHE website, it is not being updated yet. So, Dr. Ilyas Masih has a PhD degree in Hydrology and Water Resources, completed in 2011 from IHE Delft. Formerly, it was UNESCO IHE, Institute for Water Education, and Delft University of Technology, the Netherlands. He holds a master degree in water resources management and a bachelor degree in agricultural engineering. His working experience from 2001 to 2010 in International Water Management Institute in Pakistan, Iran, and Sri Lanka. In 2011, he was being a senior lecturer in water resources planning at the Department of Integrated Water System and Governance. And in 2015 to 2018, as a coordinator of Water Management and Governance MSc program at IHE. His research fields are in hydrology and water system modeling, especially in rainfall runoff, water allocation and integrated catchment modeling, and also in impact assessment of global changes, especially in climate, land use and water infrastructure, on hydrology and water resources, and other analysis of water resources management. So for this session, he will deliver his presentation entitled The Role of Green Infrastructure in Sustainable Watershed Management. The time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Nurdia. Can I share my screen now?
Yes, you can, please.
Okay. So I'm going to share my screen. Yes, do you see my presentation?
We can see it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nurdia, for inviting me for this presentation. It is a great pleasure to collaborate with your university. And this is a very interesting topic you are organizing. So I should congratulate first to you and organizing committee to organizing this very interesting seminar on civil engineering and environmental research. And I'm very pleased to speak about the role of green infrastructure in sustainable watershed management. Is my sound clear?
Yes, it's clear.
Oh, okay. So I continue. So I will start with the very basic, knowing that audience of this session might be very diverse. So first of all, what is watershed? So starting from here, I will go further. So watershed you can define as an area where water is moved towards a common destination. For example, if you look at this diagram, so water that is falling in this part moves to this river and join another river, and then oftentimes These rivers end up in a sea or a lake, sometimes also in desert. So this is a watershed. Watershed is a very important concept in management of natural resources. Therefore, it is good to recognize that watershed come in different shapes, different sizes, cut across also administrative boundaries, and they are very important for providing natural resources to human beings. For example, clean water, water for agriculture, and so on. Here, the picture below, you see a watershed which is not natural compared to the upper picture, where you see a lot of human uses like agriculture, urban uses, and you also see infrastructure. Like in this seminar, you focus on civil engineering, and you see here a dam, which is made to store water and then, of course, provide water to different canals and also city infrastructure. So all this is within the watershed. So we live in watersheds, and therefore understanding their hydrology, their geography, and how these systems work is very, very important for sustainable use of the resources they offer. This is another diagram which focused a little bit more within the watershed, how you see different water fluxes. And also you see that, for example, evapotranspiration from different land uses, including forests, water, as well as movement of water through groundwater, and then also through river into the final destination. You also see a lot of infrastructure out here as well that human beings have made in watersheds and so on. So after this basic introduction of watersheds, I will just quickly focus on how you can manage a watershed. There can be different approaches, and here I put an approach from IPA. And according to this, the watershed approach is a coordinated framework for environmental management that focuses public and private sector efforts to address the highest priority problems within hydrologically defined geographic areas, taking into consideration both ground and surface water flows. There are many keywords. I want to highlight that sometimes people think watershed is only more focused on rivers, but it is also water underground. So focusing both on groundwater and surface water. However, hydrologically speaking, sometimes topographic boundaries of the watersheds do not coincide well with the hydrological boundaries of the groundwater reservoir. But in general terms, you can think of in the watershed, you need to manage both surface and groundwater. And in this framework, there are three important guiding principles in watershed management. One is partnerships, another is geographic focus, and another one is sound management techniques based on strong science and data. So in the stakeholder involvement, I think emphasis is to involve decision makers like different ministries, different departments from the government who are responsible for let's say irrigation management, water supply, and so on. But also the people who use these resources and the people who are impacted by these decisions. Another important part is the geographic focus, that activities you do within the watershed, they are part of a certain location, certain geographic focus, linked to surface water bodies or groundwater, and so on. And also they have upstream and downstream linkages. Like what happens upstream of a reservoir impacts the reservoir, and also how the water released and used from the reservoir is impacting downstream as well. And the management of watersheds and management of water resources should be based on sound science and data, like assessment of resources and communities depending upon them. Who are the people who depend on these resources? What communities are taking benefit in terms of drinking water, in terms of fisheries, in terms of tourism, and in terms of agriculture. And then for every watershed or river basin, you can define certain goals and objectives and identify priority problems and try to develop management action plans. For example, in Indonesia, watershed approach is accepted in the law, and water management is done by river basins. So you have so many river basins, and for few river basins, there are river basin management plans already made and implemented. And in some river basins, these river basin plans are under development. And within those river basin plans, you also see the adoption of these three uh, guiding principles. Like stakeholders participation is very important in this river basin development plans, which Indonesia has adopted the approach, and also focusing on, let's say, watershed as main unit, and also trying to build it on key principles based on sound science, looking at erosion and protection, also agriculture expansion, and so on. If you want to look at more on watershed ecology, this is a freely available course on the website of IPA. I recommend you that you can later on go into details from this course as well. Before I move to green infrastructure and technologies and how you can combine green and gray infrastructure, I will focus a little bit more on understanding the watershed ecology for effective watershed management. So you can also think of watershed having several elements like the physical template, the biological setting, natural systems concept, watershed structure, and watershed function. So in the physical template, you can think of climate, hydrology, and in the biological setting, you can think of, let's say, basic concepts of ecology, soil ecology, food web. So these things are actually interconnected with the physical template. Similarly, if you look at the natural system concepts, for example, link between living and non-living things, the links between spatial and temporal scales in the natural system, as well as how these natural systems are disturbed and come back to their natural state or are transformed into another state. Think of, for example, a land use change or forest fires or a dam, which can disturb the ecology of a watershed and maybe develop a new, let's say, balance in ecological functioning. Watershed structure, you can also think of, for example, flowing waters, like in rivers, in groundwaters. The first diagram I have shown the different fluxes across the watershed. Also looking at still waters, like waters in lakes and ponds. And in South Kalimantan, you see it very clearly. You have so many wetlands and lakes, and also a lot of flowing water. Groundwater use is also there, but maybe not that much. And you can also see watershed functions. Watersheds perform several important functions like transport and storage of water, energy, sediments, and also cycling and transformation of these resources and ecological succession. This is a diagram which tries to illustrate some of these concepts I was talking about for a selected watershed. What are the main challenges we are facing in several watersheds across the world. So I have put few of them here. For example, in many parts of the world, water is getting scarcer and scarcer, not enough water to meet demands from different uses. So how to allocate this water or how to reallocate this water is a big challenge. Deforestation is another one, and erosion of soil is another one. Many other challenges like biodiversity, climate change, and lack of coordination among stakeholders are important problems in many river basins. And these authors, Laux and von Beek, also summarize that oftentimes watersheds face challenges that in some watersheds it's too little water, in other places it might be too much, or during part of the year it might be too much, or other part of the year it might be too little. And water might be too polluted, ecosystem might be degraded, and there might be other issues, for example, riverbank erosion and reservoir management related issues. So when we need to address these issues, we can also think of how we can sustain the functions of a given watershed or a given water resource system or a given area where you are working. For example, the function, commercial function, where it might be urban drinking water supply, industrial water supply, hydropower generation, commercial fishing, or transport. How you can ensure that your water system can perform these functions, in addition to other functions like subsistence functions, environmental functions, and ecological values. So as you see that the topic of this seminar, it is not only building infrastructure, but it is also about environmental research. So here in the functions, you can also see the combination that, for example, for urban drinking water supply, you need to build a lot of infrastructure, but you also need to look at the environmental functions like purification capacity, natural purification capacity of watersheds to provide water, and also how you can look at ecological integrity and biodiversity within those watersheds. So thinking these things together is a new direction in many countries and very important one when you look at sustainability and new approaches in engineering and management. Okay, so when we talk about approaches to engineering and management, of course, developing infrastructure is very important, and developing infrastructure in a new ways that is more eco-friendly is a really big challenge for engineers of this time and the coming time. Here I have put few thematic areas where watershed management can be organized. For example, studying how much water is available and how it varies across different scales, and also infrastructure development for soil and water conservation, disaster risk reduction, water treatment technologies, and also currently in many countries, how you can combine green and gray infrastructure like nature-based solutions combination with engineering solutions is coming up as a very important theme. And this is also the focus of my presentation further, to focus on more green infrastructure, gray infrastructure, and soil and water conservation approaches. So Nurdia, just to make sure, am I doing fine? I can go along like this, or you want to stop and have some discussion, or first I finish my presentation? Hello, are you with me? Hello, are you with me?
Dr. Ilyas?
Yes, I just wanted to check, shall I continue or shall I stop for some questions and discussion at this point?
No, you should continue because we have a discussion panel after your presentation.
Okay, that's fine. So after giving you the background information, I would like to now focus more on nature-based solutions. How you can combine green and gray infrastructure for let's say civil engineering works or for watershed management in general. This is a very nice report I can recommend, which is freely available and you can download and read it from UN Water, where they comprehensively discussed what nature-based solutions can be employed for management and engineering solutions you might think of. And here in this picture, it is nicely portrayed. For example, for storage of water, you can think of soil moisture retention and groundwater recharge as nature-based solution. Also, wetlands can and lakes can play a role in storing water within the watersheds, and hence they can, for example, help build infrastructure for flood defenses. How you can complement this, and also these natural and constructed wetlands can be used for treatment of wastewater. Afforestation. Many countries forests are degrading, and that has implications for safety of hydraulic infrastructure, but also use of resources from different uses. Afforestation is a nature-based solution applied in many countries, including Indonesia as well, to protect biodiversity, improve environment, but also reduce the impact of land use changes on water and water quantity and water quality. Another nature-based solution is riparian buffer strips, like you see across the river, these green zone, and these help to trap nutrients and sediments and before they reach to the streams and help in improving the water quality. These days, there is also new approaches coming up, how you can improve environment within the urban setting, like green buildings, but also within the city, try to reserve some spaces where water can be stored, or also, let's say, more green spaces are there for nature, and so on. So combining these nature-based solutions with gray infrastructure. When I call gray infrastructure, I mean civil engineering works like canals or dams or water treatment plants. This is my main understanding of the use of this term. And this you can also see in this World Bank document, because at this level, they are also exploring ways how you can integrate green and gray infrastructure. And this is a nice example from this report. And this table shows, for example, different services or different water use sectors, if you like to call them, and then gray infrastructure components and examples of green infrastructure components and their function. I think for my presentation, this slide is really very important. And the previous slide I mentioned, as I try to give you more idea on how green and gray infrastructure can be combined for sustainable watershed management, for civil engineering, for environmental management. So water supply and sanitation. Gray infrastructure like reservoirs, treatment plants, pipes, and networks, and green infrastructure examples like watershed help to improve water quality and therefore reduce treatment requirements. Also, wetlands, for example, help to filter wastewater effluent and thereby reduce wastewater treatment requirements. Similarly, for hydropower, there are reservoirs and power plants built, but many times these reservoirs' life is reduced because of too much sediments coming into the reservoir. Watersheds which are well protected by nature-based solutions, for example, afforestation, and other soil and water conservation techniques, they can reduce sediment flows and extend life of the reservoirs and power plants. So you see that the combination of green and gray infrastructure, how they can support each other and bring in more lasting and sustainable solutions. Coastal flood protection. For this, engineering infrastructure may include building of embankments, groins, sluice gates. You know, in Indonesia, you have a very long coast, and engineering solutions are important, but you are also well familiar with other solutions like mangrove forests. So you can already think that how you see their combined function. Like mangrove forests decrease wave energy and storm surges and thereby reduce embankment requirements. So in this way, they can complement. Similarly, for flood management, you can build dikes and some other infrastructure, but you can also store flood waters within the watershed through soil moisture, through groundwater, through lakes, through wetlands, and also afforestation help in this. And in this way, you can complement your gray infrastructure for flood management. You know, in this year, January, there was a big flood in your country, and of course, there might be focus how to address this flood and build infrastructure. But you may only be focusing more on gray infrastructure. However, you should also think what is the natural infrastructure there and how this can be combined in addressing the flood issues. There is a lot of research coming on the topic as well. And this is one paper I mentioned, which I have mentioned here. You can look at it. It's a really very nice paper. And it tells us, for example, how you can look at green infrastructure within the watershed. For example, if there is a city down here, and upstream of that city, you have to see in their approach, what is the watershed area bringing water to this city, draining up till this point. And then you can also look at calculation of what is the storage capacity, for example, in the lakes, in the reservoir, in the soil, and so on for this water. And then you can also look at water stored in green storage, like soil storage and canopy and wetlands, and also water stored in blue water storage, like groundwater and rivers. And then from this, you can also look, okay, how you can use this infrastructure for storage of water and flood prevention, and what you have from the nature within the watershed, what on top of it you can build in terms of engineering infrastructure to, for example, control floods. This is the focus of this article. But you can also think of how you can provide clean water using the nature-based solutions within the watershed, along with engineering or gray infrastructure. Another example where you see within the watershed several possibilities of building nature-based solutions. For example, if you look at let's say this forest landscape restoration to reduce flood impacts, stabilize slopes, and provide clean water here. So within the watershed, you have important function of forest-based land uses. And when you see people in many countries using these forests, sometimes they forget about these functions. But this slide reminds us that these are also important functions which provide value and benefits to the society. Also, there are other options, for example, establishing flood bypass to reduce downstream flooding. So this is the example of, let's say, gray infrastructure. And when you combine this green and gray infrastructure together with this gray infrastructure like these reservoirs, so it helps you to manage water in a more sustainable and eco-friendly way as much as possible within a watershed. And you know, under climate change, the floods and droughts and these risks are expected to even increase. And the infrastructure which is built based on assumptions of stationarity and data from the past may not be sound and safe in the future. Therefore, you also need to look at climate change. And in my view, to address climate change, combining green and gray infrastructure is also a way forward where societies should move further. This is another example where you see water management issues, for example, moderation of extreme events. This is what I am talking about, floods in the previous slides, urban stormwater runoff, and then what kind of green solutions can help, and then where in the watershed you can apply, like at floodplain level, at urban level, and at coastal level, and what can be corresponding gray infrastructure. So this is also something you can look at later and get some ideas how you can combine gray and green infrastructure. Another example, when you look at the storage, you can store water in subsurface, but also in surface. For subsurface, you can think of aquifers, shallow and deep aquifers, and also storage, you can think of small reservoirs, large dams, but you can also look at soil moisture storage or storage in the soil. I think this is also very important for watershed management, and I will focus a little bit more in the coming slides on soil and water conservation techniques for the management of watershed. And you see that watershed management focus on natural resources management, not only water, but also forests, for example. And for watershed management, there can be many important themes, as we also looked at from IPA, that involvement of partnerships, involvement of stakeholders, sound science, and planning is important. Soil and water conservation is also at the heart of watershed management. So therefore, I want to spend some time on this as well. And here you see a picture from Ethiopia, that how different soil and water conservation techniques are combined to manage this watershed. So this book is also freely available, and this WOCAT provide a lot of freely available material which could be used to study this and find out technologies which can be used for given setting. And if you type Indonesia as a country here, you will also see examples from Indonesia. And according to WOCAT, soil and water conservation technologies are defined as agronomic, vegetative, structural, and/or management measures that prevent and control land degradation and enhance productivity in the field. So maybe for this audience, structural and management measures might be of more interest, according to the topic of this seminar. But don't forget the importance of agronomic and vegetative measures as well, because oftentimes these technologies are applied in a combined way to address the multiple challenges faced in different locations across the watershed. Here I put some detail on these measures, but let us look at the structural measures. For example, terraces, banks, bunds, construction, and these fences. And often these lead to change in slope profile. These measures are long duration measures. They contribute to control runoff, wind velocity, and erosion. Often needs substantial labor and money when first installed. They are generally installed along the contour or against wind, spaced according to slope, involve earth movements, and or construction with wood, stone, and concrete. For engineers, some of you who really like to design things, maybe this explanation is very interesting, and you might already be start thinking how within the watershed you can apply different measures. But there are also management measures like land use change and how you can control this and how you can combine different structural and non-structural measures. The report I showed you, it has several case studies from different countries and several, let's say, soil and water conservation techniques around conservation agriculture, manuring and compositing, vegetative strips, agroforestry, water harvesting, gully rehabilitation, terraces, and so on, other technologies as well. So you can find these examples from different countries in this report, where these technologies have been applied, what kind of land use type, and what kind of degradation issue was addressed, and how these conservation measures focus on, for say, agronomic and other structural or management measures. Here is one example of composite, like how you can use mulches for protecting of land so that there will be less erosion, but also how this can help improve the fertility of the soil. And there are large of options available, like using just rice straw to this green combination of different organic matter. In terms of other technologies, like zero tillage technology is also very important to keep soil structure and soil physical quality a bit more intact for managed lands for rain-fed and agriculture, irrigated agriculture. And this is also used in some countries. And this is another important infrastructures like vegetative grassways. Example I have put from Norway. So to reduce erosion and also sediment trapping so that this river water quality can be protected. So you can think of this kind of infrastructure, and this way it reduces the treatment cost of this water if that is used for example, water supply or even irrigation for the downstream. So this can help in this way. And combining these measures, I think it's also very important. Here I put agroforestry as an example. I know that in Indonesia, there are also programs around agroforestry, which help to improve production and address land degradation and improve watershed and even help controlling the floods. One example from Indonesia, terraces. This is a very good example how you can control soil erosion and also how you can help water infiltrate. In this way, build a groundwater recharge using these terraces. And these are used in many civilizations since long time ago. And Indonesia is also a very good example of use of this nature-based solution. Yeah, so you can also look at the management measures and combination of different measures. I'm going a little bit of a quick here. And how you can combine these measures. This is a good example where agroforestry was combined with bench terraces. So you see a good combination of green and gray infrastructure. Remember some of the slides I have shown you before, where afforestation was mentioned as a nature-based solution. And of course, terraces is more engineered solution. Also building from the concept around how you can maximize, the resources nature offers and reduce erosion and runoff, how you can combine them in a good way. So this is a very good example from Kenya, where these two options are combined. In my view, in Indonesia, there is also a lot of potential of combining different green and gray infrastructure. For example, you have a lot of wetlands and lakes. You also, within the watershed, afforestation, but terraces, and many other measures you can use to better managed watershed, in addition to engineering infrastructure. However, finding a good mix is a challenge, and that requires a study for each geographical location before you can choose what is available. But in Indonesia and also across the world, there is a lot of experience available and a lot of literature available, which can be used for designing infrastructure, which combines both nature-based solutions and engineering approaches. When you do something, I will just spend a little bit of time on this aspect. You also need to measure the effectiveness and performance of different solutions you are trying to enact to address certain problems. And it can be measured in different ways. And here I have put 4 sets of criteria often used to evaluate the impact of, let's say, soil and water conservation measures across different scales. And you can think of socioeconomic impacts like crop production, crop quality, wood production, drinking water which is supplied, socio-cultural impacts like food security, sustainable land management, conflict resolution, human well-being. So these can be part of your evaluation criteria. And ecological impacts like water balance and water quality, how these actions, what you are doing, are impacting water balance and water quality. Soil erosion and soil quality, biodiversity, prevention from floods and droughts, and emission of greenhouse gases. And where you apply these green and gray infrastructure, there are also off-site impacts. So don't forget them in evaluation of the success or failure of these interventions. So off-site impacts might include water availability, water pollution, flooding, siltation, and damage to fields and infrastructure. There can be different methods how you can assess the impact of, let's say, soil and water conservation techniques or nature-based solutions or combination of them, like using modeling approaches, using qualitative and quantitative indicators, and doing experimental measurements, demonstrations, field visits, and so on. And you can also disseminate and communicate information about them to wider public and decision makers. This is very important if you want to bring in a policy shift. For example, combining gray and green infrastructure will require a policy shift and awareness among engineers and also among general public and decision makers that these are also the solutions which can be used in as part of your toolbox for engineering solution. So it is good to focus on communication and dissemination. And I'm happy that ULM has organized this seminar and also invited me to give this presentation, and where I use this opportunity to share knowledge around these technologies with you. I hope you can share it further and learn more around this theme. Yeah, this is an example I have put how to assess those impacts, like using these criteria and indicators. Then you can see socioeconomic impact. For example, this combination of different green and gray infrastructure, you see it can help increasing the crop yield and fodder production, wood production, and expenses on agriculture input might increase, but this is also okay if the production and farm income in the end increases. And socio-cultural impacts like food security increases in this case, and ecological impact, surface runoff, in this case was increased. Evaporation was also increased. Soil moisture was slightly increased. Soil cover, soil loss was decreased. Sorry, these are decreased, and this is increases in this side. So you have to look at every criteria. So surface runoff decreased because of this. Evaporation decreased or stays near neutral, a little bit increase, a little bit decrease, and soil moisture increased, and soil cover improved because of this, and soil loss decreased significantly, and the biomass above ground improved, increased. Similarly, off-site impacts, water availability, it increased downstream water availability, and also buffering capacity increased. So you can think of evaluating these impacts. Here you see only qualitative. In qualitative terms, these are measured, but you can also quantify. For example, how much crop production was increased, how much tons of additional rice was produced, and how much water is available in, for example, dry season. Is it has improved the dry season water availability? How many million cubic meter per month, for example? So you can also think of combining quantitative and qualitative criteria. Another example for zero tillage, you can later go on to this. There can be different modeling approaches which can help to analyze the impact of green and gray infrastructure. And you know that physical and scale models are often used in civil engineering to study design of water infrastructure, for example. But there are also other simulation modeling tools which can help to understand the impact of different gray and green infrastructure. SWOT model is a very good example of watershed management, where best management practices as well as human interventions like reservoirs and also water delivery from one point to another abstractions can be included and studied, and impact of land use changes on erosions can be studied. Also the storage in soil and lakes and ponds can be studied in this watershed model. So this is a good example where you can study within the watershed what will be the impact. For example, if you build terraces, if you will bring in agroforestry, if you will increase cropped area, if there are more wetlands restored, if there are more reservoirs built, so how it is going to impact water supply, demand, water quality and quantity. So these kind of modeling techniques can help in analysis and therefore bringing sound scientific base for engineering design and environmental management. I have put in few examples from Indonesia, maybe 5 more minutes before I round off my presentation. Like in this study, they used SWOT model to look at different soil and water conservation techniques, how they can be applied under different scenarios like strip cropping, agroforestry, small reservoirs, a combination of strip cropping and agroforestry, a combination of strip cropping and small reservoirs. You see what I was saying, for example, green and gray infrastructure. So this is also something which researchers from Indonesia have looked at it, and I am sure that there might be more evidence around different possibilities. And here we see scenario 6, a combination of strip cropping, agroforestry, and small reservoir. So in this way, they used these nature-based solutions and engineering infrastructure and looked at how it is going to impact the let's say these catchments hydrology. So I recommend that you can read this freely available paper, and you see how this have helped in changes in water balance, few components of the water balance. So this study using model helped in this way. Of course, there are strengths and weaknesses. For example, they have really very well-defined scenarios, well-defined indicators, but erosion results, for example, were not studied in detail in this study. Maybe they want to study in the future, but that is also important. Another study where GIS-based tools were used to apply universal soil loss equation to study the erosion and identify hotspot regions where there is more erosion, and hence more targeted watershed management techniques can be applied in those areas. And this is the results of this. And you see that under best management practices studied in here, there is a lot of improvement in the current situation as it reduces the erosion significantly. Concluding remarks. So natural resources and ecosystems within a watershed provide important ecosystem services for provisioning, regulating, and cultural services, for irrigation, for drinking water, for biodiversity. And nature-based solutions can play an important role in watershed management. A good combination of gray and green infrastructure provides a new dimension for civil engineering and environmental research, and can contribute to sustainable watershed engineering and management. So this is one of my key message for you, for the audience of this conference. There are a large number of available solutions and case studies from different countries, which can provide a good basis for knowledge and evaluation of practical application in a given setting of water resource system in a given watershed. A careful evaluation of green technologies, including soil and water conservation technologies and approaches, should be done by considering their impact assessment and evaluation of advantages and disadvantages to do a sound engineering design and management decisions. And for this, different methods can be used, as I have explained, like field visits and models and so on. Experimental studies and modeling can play important role in supporting decision-making processes, as I just said, and also for upscaling the adoption of green infrastructure. Stakeholder participation, including community involvement, is important, and it plays important role in successful implementation of green infrastructure for watershed management. There are studies on green infrastructure in Indonesia, and also building on international experience. I think there is a lot of room for progress on how green and gray infrastructure can be combined for engineering, for designing new engineering solutions, and for sustainable management of the environment. So that is what I would like to say. Thank you very much. Nuria, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor.
Shall I stop sharing my screen now?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are now going to have a discussion panel. So for this time being, I would like to open this session firstly with three questions. So actually, there are already 3 questions on this chat. So I would like to read the first question first from Mr. Muhammad Akrobin. This question is intended to Dr. Ilyas. The question is, currently, there are some prediction that Jakarta and several other cities will sink in the next few years. Frequent flooding in the rainy season is one indication. So, from your opinion, is this effect of global warming or water management that has not been properly implemented in Indonesia? Would you like to answer directly?
I think first we can look at the questions.
Okay.
And is this other panel members can also answer, or since my presentation was lost, I can also answer them, start answering?
I think
Just
this
to check.
question is for you, Doctor.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Then we can go question by question. Maybe first we read all questions and then maybe some similarities are there.
Okay. And the next question, number two, is what is the best solution of watershed management in South Borneo area, in South Kalimantan area, where most of the upstream areas have been damaged by maybe like extensive mining happening in the upstream area? And the third question is actually for Professor Riza. The question is, what kind of the most likely materials used for prefabricated components at AUSI? It has specific mix with additive. So I think these first three questions can be answered first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Riza, you want to answer your question first, and then I can work on my questions? Or should I go first?
I don't mind either way. It's maybe up to the moderator.
Oh, okay.
I think Dr. Ilyas, you can answer first question.
Okay, thank you, Nurtia. I answer first question, which is really very difficult one. I will start with this mining issue. Actually, in many countries, watershed degradation because of mining is a major issue in many watersheds. And there are, of course, different possibilities. For example, what happens oftentimes that mining is not done with a perspective that how you can do something which can restore the watershed as well. So first of all, I think the mining practices in every setting needs to be evaluated. Like these companies who are doing mining, are they taking environmental friendly measures as well? So if they are not taking environmental friendly measures, then maybe awareness can be raised to these companies so that they can not only look for their own profit, but also they should also look how they can help building the environment. And in this way, government policies can be very important to enact, and also implementation of those policies become challenging in many situations. Like these mining sometimes happen in remote areas, and implementing those policies might not be very effective where a lot of government infrastructure is not available. So here I would say that there are several issues which these mining companies can be reminded of. For example, erosion, sedimentation, and discharge of harmful chemicals in the environment. They should be monitored and bring into the attention more of these companies, and also of the policies at the government level, and also for the communities. And together, I think, try to find a solution that is a good solution for the area. So that is what I can say. Specific to your area, which you have mentioned, I'm sorry, I don't have really experience in the area. So maybe more specific recommendation I cannot give. So that will be my response to first question. I will continue, and then maybe if there is further discussion and follow-up question, or you would like to share your viewpoint, that will be really very interesting. Second question, I come to Jakarta. I think this case of Jakarta is very well known across the world, and in IHE also We have a lot of collaboration with Indonesia and many colleagues working in Indonesia and also Jakarta. I'm also a bit aware of this discussion. So in my view, the problem is because of both options, like mismanagement because of different reasons, like groundwater resource use has led to, let's say, land subsidence in Jakarta, and that has also impact on flooding and, let's say, coastal intrusion. Climate change is indeed a big problem, and you know COP21, COP26 in Glasgow these days having a lot of attention, and Indonesia is really among the countries which face these challenges even now and in the future. So sea level rise and also flooding because of climate change is a real issue. And also, I think in this case, both climate change issues and complexities around development of this area combine together. And for the future, you need to look at these things together and try to find out best solutions. For example, how you can reduce groundwater use, how you can bring in, for example, green and gray infrastructure. Like for the case of Jakarta, if you look at city of Jakarta, how you can bring in, for example, water retention through porous pavements, through green spaces, so that water is percolated in the groundwater as well. How you can build in recharge to groundwater schemes here. So these kind of nature-based solutions, if there are wetlands within the city, how you can reduce, restore them, how you can improve their functions. So these are some small examples where you can store a lot of water within the city and also bring in maybe recharge options, combining with the, let's say, gray infrastructure to help this. I must also say that these solutions will be slowly impacting solutions. So these might take a lot of time before you can, see a change. But I think you have to start somewhere. And I would really see a lot of scope in combining green and gray infrastructure for flood management as well as recharge to groundwater for Jakarta case, but I believe many other cities in Indonesia. So that is my response. And third question, a very interesting one. I teach modeling courses, and to my students, I also ask this question. When you select a model, what criteria you use for model selection? As I was trying to say in the context of this presentation, where the focus can be on watershed management, then you have to look at what model is more suitable for watershed simulation. Like I put two examples, aquacrop and SWOT in my presentation. And aquacrop is more a model which works at the field scale. It does not simulate processes, let's say, at watershed scale. So in this way, if your focus is on watershed, then you have to look at the models which are suitable for watershed. And after you have screened this first level, then you want to see what is your question. For example, are you only interested in hydrology, or are you also interested in land use or erosion? If you are interested in both, then models like SWOT can be very useful. But if you are only interested in hydrology, let's say rainfall runoff, then you can use simple rainfall runoff models or conceptual models. No need for SWOT. Then the third question I want to highlight that many models do not sufficiently include the possibility of simulating management of the system. Like how you design a reservoir, how you manage it, how you can bring in more lakes, how you can study the impact of soil and water conservation technologies, how you can include impact of terraces in your model, how you can include the impact of water quality if there is a treatment plant somewhere, how it is going to impact the river water quality. So there are few models which can include that. So if you are also studying those scenarios, like the study from Indonesia, they studied the impact of different green and gray infrastructure, their combinations on water balance. Then you have to choose model which can really do that. And do not forget that models are simplification of realities, and they give you some insights, but with your expert knowledge, with best possible data and model structure, you have to come up with the results and interpret these results, also including their uncertainties. Ms. Noordia, that is what I can say for the moment, and over to you for guidance how we should go further for the discussion.
Okay, thank you for all the answers. And then I would like to continue to Professor Riza. There is one question for you about from Yeni Kumalasari. What kind of the most likely materials used for prefabricated component at OC in OC? It has specific mix with additive.
Okay, thank you for the questions. So it depends on the project. So for housing project, like in my case study examples, because it's a housing project, so the main material used in houses in Australia is actually timber. So that's the most likely material used in housing projects. So the same when we use prefab for housing projects for the wall panels and then the floor structure as well. So that's the most commonly used material, which is timber. But in other settings, for example, in high-rise buildings, the most prefabricated element in high-rise buildings in Australia is actually the facade. And the facade itself, it depends on the design. It can be made out of glass, which is very typical, but we can use other materials as well. For example, like terracotta panels or concrete panels and so on. So I guess which material commonly used, well, it depends on the design, but the most prefabricated element in high-rise buildings in Australia is actually the facade. If I may respond as well, because I'm interested in the topic about Jakarta as well, concerning the flooding in the city, because here in Australia we've been discussing about this issue as well in Jakarta. But obviously, I'm not a water expert, so this is just, I guess, my view on this matter. So I agree with Professor Ilyas on his answer. It's a combination of different factors, and including these two as well. So global warming and then poor water management. I think Professor Ilyas mentioned about the excessive use of ground water, and this causes land subsidence. So I think that's, I guess, the main problem in Jakarta, and then global warming worsen the problem even further. And it's not only about water management, but also about waste management and the use of land inappropriately. Say, for example, a land for water catchment currently is being used for other purposes, and this reduces the water management capacity in the city. I think I just want to respond on that one question as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Professor Riza. We have another question, actually for Professor Ali, from Namira Putri Azahra. She is asking about the fact that gypsum content has a significant effects on the coefficient of permeability, since the gypsum dissolves in soil when water fluctuates in the soil, which causes large voids. She was wondering, is there any other reason why gypsum content affects the coefficient of permeability? So, Professor Ali, are you ready for the question? I think Professor Ali is not here right now, right? Maybe the committee can contact if whether he lost the signal or maybe has some issue with the connection. We continue to...
Yeah, perfect. Ms. Noordia, I can also try to answer this question if you like. I have background in agricultural engineering.
Oh, okay.
So indeed, I think this is not a really big question. It is just a remark I see, and I tend to agree with the person who posed this question. Gypsum do have impact on soil hydraulic properties because it dissolves and it tries to improve the infrastructure of the soil, let's say, soil structure of the soil, and this can improve permeability of the soil. It is used, for example, in salt affected soils, let's say clay soils where there is a lot of soil, and oftentimes these soils are poorly drained. And when you add gypsum in them, so their chemical structure, but also their physical structure can be better, in my view. So this is helpful in this way.
Okay, thank you for the answer. I hope it will answer all the question. So I think we're still waiting for Professor Ali, and maybe if all participants still have any question, you can write it on the chat or you can ask directly. So maybe I have a question for to Dr. Ilyas about nowadays in Banjarbaru, we are actually the next or the future capital of South Kalimantan province. So in this area, we are now experiencing the high development of infrastructures. So
yeah.
Yes, but maybe on the other hand, we are still lacking of watershed management. So what would you suggest for us to be the best management practices combining the gray and the green infrastructures for us?
Thank you, Ms. Noordia, for this very, very important question, and also a very timely question, actually. Very, very timely question. Because, you know, we all human beings, be that engineers or politicians, everyone, we learn from the past, but also we should learn from what is available now within the country and what is happening internationally. And I'm very happy that in this conference, you also invited people from different parts of the world, including myself and Professor Riza. So if you look at, for example, the World Bank document I have shown you, so there is a lot of emphasis how you can combine green and gray infrastructure. And if you look at, for example, China, which is nearby Indonesia, you also see how the concept of cities of the future is changing there. And if you look at example in the Netherlands, like how in the cities of the future will look like in terms of sustainability and sustainable use of resources, then there you will find many inspiring examples, which I recommend that your policymakers, engineers, some of them attending today this seminar, can think of what is applicable in the situation you are talking about for this new capital. And I'm sure that people will carefully think that don't repeat the mistakes you made in Jakarta, but there might be new challenges, not only how to prevent overdraft of groundwater, but how you can build, for example, green spaces in the city, how you can bring in porous pavements, not everything concrete, but how water can let be infiltrated, how you can not convert the wetlands and lakes into, let's say, managed systems, but realizing that they also play an important function in this whole system where nature and we as human beings try to work together. So there, I think there are a lot of lessons to learn, and I can speak for a long, long time. But if you look at, for example, this treatment of water, so don't forget that in this new city, that water which will be generated as a waste needs to be treated somewhere. And these treatment can be done using, let's say, very sophisticated, advanced treatment plants, but nature-based solutions like constructed wetlands can also be thought of. So you can, in this way, combine these. And also, I would say, do not forget the watershed connection to the city. Like one example I gave where flood issue was studied for different studies across cities across the world. Do not forget that there is a watershed upstream of this city, and what changes are happening in that watershed has impact on the water supply of the city, on the floods, and on the drought, on the water quality. And sometimes you see also in many countries there are examples of payment for ecosystem services, that these people in the city who use these resources can ensure the sustainable use of resources upstream. And Professor Riza, you know, in Australia, for example, how you can, get more water for environment and for urban supply. Sometimes this may be a question of reallocation and policy change, which might also be considered. It is really very interesting topic. And Ms. Noordia, you also graduated from IHE Delft, and you have studied some of these topics there. As a professional, I would really be very happy to talk to you and other people in the future on this topic, if you like.
Okay, thank you so
But
much.
this is just my own view.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, continue to next question for Dr. Riza from Setia Robil. He has a question regarding the prefabrication house. So in Indonesia, considering the location is prone to catastrophic incident, is the prefabrication house durable enough to withstand small-scale catastrophic event, for example, small-scale earthquake and flood? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I did mention in my presentation, Japan is actually quite famous in using prefabricated components, both in house buildings and also in houses. So I guess to answer the question, yes, it is durable enough to withstand small-scale catastrophic events. So actually, the performance of prefab houses should be exactly the same, if not better, than the performance of conventional houses. So this is a matter of structural design. So it just, again, is about how each component of the house can be designed appropriately and also being manufactured based on the structural design in the factory. So I think in terms of robustness and being durable, there is no issue. So as I said earlier, prefab houses should match the performance of conventional houses, or if not even better. I mean, if you consider when we build prefab components, we are doing it in a confined space in a factory. So logically, it should be easier to monitor the quality in terms of quality control and quality assurance. So logically, when we build something in a factory protected from the external environment, it should be better than if we build directly on site, where there are so many factors which can affect the performance of our activities on site. I think that's my response to that question.
Okay, thank you, Professor Iza. And I think now Professor Ali is joining us. So we have a question, Dr. Ali.
Yeah.
Yes, from Namira Putri Azahro.
Okay.
She's asking about the fact that gypsum content has a significant effect on the coefficient of permeability. Since the gypsum dissolves in soil when water fluctuates in the soil, which causes large voids. She was wondering, is there any other reason why gypsum content affects the coefficient of permeability? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the question. The gypsum definitely affect the coefficient of permeability. Actually, in the real gypsum content soil, not artificial one, the one that we work for in the research, the gypsum act as a binding material to connect other parts of particles. So it's kind of a binding agent. This binding agents, or when the water fluctuates inside the soil, leads to soil dissolve and dissolution, which will make a large amount of voids inside the soil. So that causes the high water fluctuate inside the soil and hence decrease the coefficient of permeability. So this is the reason. I mean, this is the gypsum has higher effect on the coefficient of permeability. Not just with the artificial soil that we work for, but also is for the natural gypsum soil. Like I said, we have a lot of separate area in Iraq. It has a lot of gypsum content in the soil. So there's many studies in Iraq about this type of problem. So one of the main problem is the dissolution of gypsum, which causes the leach of the gypsum after dissolution, and then cause a large of voids. That leads not only increase the coefficient of permeability, but also cause the collapsibility of the soil, which is cause a serious problems for the buildings built on such type of soil. So this type of gypsum, I mean, the gypsum is very, I mean, it's dangerous for the buildings. Not only increase the coefficient of permeability, but also leads in turn to cause, like I say, a large voids, and which cause the cavities inside the soil structures, and then cause the collapsibility. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ali. I think now time for us to finish our session. So thank you very much all, Professor, for presenting all the materials and information for all of us, and then also for answering all the questions that really gives us a very informative, valuable knowledge that you have given us. So I think it will be a tremendous contribution for Indonesia and especially for South Kalimantan province. Thank you very much, sir. So
thank you.
Yes, we are going now back to the hall room, yeah, for the committee to close the ceremony and also close this session. So I will give the time back to Master of Ceremony, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nurtia and the other organizers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the second session is over. Thank you very much to Associate Professor, Mr. Professor Dr. Riza Yosias Nindyo, Assistant Professor, Mr. Dr. Ali Nasir Ibrahim, PhD, and Associate Professor, Mr. Ilyas Masih, PhD, for sharing your knowledge to us.
And also, thanks to our moderator, Mrs. Nordia Helda STMAC, for guiding the second session of our symposium. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the first day of International Symposium on Civil Engineering and Environmental Research 2021. Before we close this event, please kindly ensure that you have registered via the link provided to receive the e-certificate.
To all of our excellency speakers and moderators who have spent their time with us today to share benefits to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive persons, which in turn will increase the dignity of our nations. And we thank you for your participation on today's event.
Also, don't forget to attend the second day of the event, because tomorrow we still have several awesome speakers, and of course, we will have paper session.
Don't miss it and see you tomorrow. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.